Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 5 of our summit. We've already had an incredible journey together and explored so many different facets of ways that we can integrate traditional and complementary medicines towards a truly integrative medicine. Today, we are going to take a deep dive into education, into various aspects of the educational training of professionals in the TCIM and also in the harnessing and learning from non-professionalized knowings and begin to consider what education in TCIM looks like in regions throughout the world. We are going to have an amazing morning keynote, and we will have a series of panels that are going to take us through what's happening in the educational formation of a variety of different modalities within TCIM. We're going to observe a panel about education in Asia this morning, as well as a panel around education in Africa, in Europe, and the Western Pacific, followed by, in the afternoon, by discussions about education in TCIM in the Americas. So this is a really beautiful opportunity to pull out your pen and your paper and open your mind and certainly open your heart and take in the richness and make your contributions. So many of you have rich knowledge that comes from so many different modalities and aspects and understandings around these topics. Please make sure that not only do you take in, but give back. Share your thoughts, share your comments, share your wisdom and your recommendations. This is an historic conversation that we're having over these 6 days. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this day. I ask everyone to be fully present, and it is my honor to introduce you to the moderator, for this morning's keynote, Dr. Jorge Berra.
Hola, doctora Scarlett, muchas gracias, hermosa presentación. Y para mí, realmente...
speaker. Thank you, Scarlett. It was a very nice introduction, and I would like to share with you the good news that Dr. Krishnan will be with us today, and he is in Geneva right now, and he is he works at the World Health Organization in Geneva. He's a technical officer at the Traditional Complementary Integrative Medicine unit. He is responsible for developing global good supporting norms and standards of traditional medicine, systems such as Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and Yoga. And he has worked a lot in that sense, and also to make it possible to use or to make to try to make compatible the vocabulary of Ayurveda and Unani with the other systems of medicine. In the area of self-health care, he leads the development of the yoga on a mobile app for WHO, and he has a very long experience both in India and in other countries in order to find solutions and possibly treatments for COVID-19. Dr. Krishna, it's a pleasure to have you with us today.
Dr. Gita, you must open your mic.
Please open your mic.
Yes. With your permission, Dr. Berra, can I start my presentation? And thank you.
Yes, please.
It is a really great opportunity for me to have this, to be present in this forum and make this presentation. I think this 5th day of the presentation on the 2nd World Summit on Traditional and Complementary Medicine towards an integrated medicine, which is which is being organized by the organizations who are supporting this integrative medicine across the globe. I think this is a great step forward. I understand that the process is being done over a very very systematic manner. You are looking at the training programs, you are looking at the practices, etc., happening across the globe, and looking at it regionally. This is a very therefore it is very relevant, and I understand that it will actually lead to supportive decisions from other or supportive outcomes, which will probably help countries to take decisions based on these outcomes. I hope that the objectives of the conference are fruitful, and everyone benefits from it. So with this, I thank all of you for inviting me here. I would start my presentation on the subject. Can all of you see my presentation? Is Dr. Berra?
Yes, it's perfect. Yes, it's perfect, Gita.
So I am talking today because this is a very specific technical information related subject. I am going to talk you through this presentation. Usually that is not the mode of my presentation, as Dr. Berra might know that, but this is very important, the information which I am giving, and I do not want to make any kind of even by accident a mistake in giving the information out. So this presentation of mine, which is technical documents from WHO for training of traditional medicine systems, is something which is very systematically made, and I would again request you to understand that because of the need for being very clear, I am going to read you through this presentation. It's a small presentation, so it won't take much time. In the background, the World Health Organization resolution on traditional medicine adopted in 2009 urged the member states to consider, where appropriate, inclusion of traditional medicine in their national health systems. It also urged the member states to consider, where appropriate, establishing systems for the qualification, accreditation, or licensing of practitioners of traditional medicine. The resolution on traditional medicine urged the member states to adopt, adapt, and implement the WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014-2023 as a basis for national programs and national work plans, and requested the Director General of WHO to facilitate member states' implementation of the WHO strategy, supporting the strengthening of national capacity building, and to provide technical guidance in ensuring safety, quality, and effectiveness of TCIM services, traditional and complementary medicine services. In the WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy, one strategic action of WHO is to develop or update WHO documents and tools on promoting the safety, quality, and effectiveness of traditional and complementary medicine practice and practitioners, including benchmarks for training and practice. Technical documents and tools, including guidelines, provide minimum reference standards for safety, quality, and effectiveness of TCI products. These provide WHO member states with general and minimum technical requirements for quality assurance and regulation of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine products. The training document is intended to define the minimum requirement criteria for establishing training in traditional medicine anywhere in the world. So, like, we are talking about training documents here. We have to understand that training document is a technical document or a technical product of WHO. This is supposed to give you the minimum standards that are required for somebody to be trained as a traditional medicine practitioner, a specific traditional medicine practitioner. So what WHO has done is we have gone through the evidence synthesis process. We have identified the right way of teaching people, the quantum of skill that should be imparted during the teaching, the kind of teaching that should be undertaken, how many hours of training, who should teach, who can get into the educational program, etc., etc. These are the things which we have looked at. We are also looked at the outcome, outcome of these studies, of these educational programs. So we wanted to make sure that any of the training programs are outcome based and should be purposefully useful for the member states. So that, with this small background, let me tell you, there are 7 WHO training documents, for benchmark documents or technical documents for traditional medicine training right now. One is for Ayurveda, then we have osteopathy, naturopathy, acupuncture, North type, Tuina, and Unani medicine. So we have these seven documents which are available, and out of which several of them are being updated as on date, owing to the difference or the way in which the community or societies or member states have started looking at and absorbing traditional medicine into their health regulatory systems. Most of these seven documents were published in 2010 based on the 2009 WHO resolution, which I referred to in the beginning, and were prepared in 2009 and 2010 and published in 2010. And in the period of almost past 9 to 10 years, we have seen that there needs to be a updation of the requirement or information available in this document in several areas, and that is being undertaken by WHO at this moment. So the increasing use of traditional medicine worldwide poses an urgent necessity for well-defined standards of its training. which shall be of tremendous value for the practitioner, health authorities, and general public. This will allow them to make informed decisions and guarantee the safe and effective administration and utilization of traditional medicine and its practices. The objectives of these training documents are: WHO benchmarks for training in traditional medicine will specify the fundamental knowledge requirement for all those who are involved in the practice and training of traditional medicine, including safety issues related to its clinical application and medicinal preparation. It will provide minimum requirements for training in traditional medicine system, serve as a reference to national authorities to establish or strengthen regulatory standards to ensure qualified practice of the specific traditional medicine, and also assure patient safety. These are the objectives of these documents. These documents are basically intended for policymakers who, by looking at this document, should use it as a technical support document to decide what kind of an educational profile a healthcare provider of a specific medical system should possess before he or she is allowed to practice in their jurisdiction. It will also mean they will be able to understand the requirements of a medical establishment when they are appointing a medical professional from any of the systems, to see whether they are appropriately trained. The regulatory authority usually represents any level of the government agencies who are immediately responsible to grant permission for clinical establishment to deliver specified traditional medicine healthcare interventions in the society. This group also represents accreditation agencies and other auditors who shall audit the clinical facility unit for its compliance to regulatory mandates, all kinds of safety aspects, clinical efficacy, service delivery quality, and financial efficiency. So this is basically what a regulatory authority in a country will be looking at. And this document is supposed to support or serve as a support document to the regulatory authority. It will also help a practitioner or somebody who intends to be a practitioner to decide what kind of an educational program they should undergo before they claim or before they put themselves as a practitioner of a specific traditional medicine system. The practitioner represents the service delivery end of traditional medicine health services. This includes practitioner, paramedical service personnel, and clinical establishments. And also it supports educational providers so that universities, institutions providing traditional medicine education, they would be able to look at this document and decide for themselves what kind of minimum requirement are required. This is very specifically true in countries, in member states, where the regulatory process for a specific traditional medicine practice is not available, or traditional medicine training is not available. And it is, of course, very useful for the public in general to decide whether the clinical establishment they are approaching for a specific traditional medicine health service, or the doctor or the practitioner they are approaching is up to the standard of what they are expecting from them. The process, I'm giving you an example of Ayurveda. The Ayurveda training document, 3 drafts were prepared during the development of this benchmark document with the intensive technical support from an expert group based in India. This particular first draft was prepared. A WHO expert consultation meeting was organized to facilitate the production of these drafts. This process was has collectively involved dozens of experts in relevant areas worldwide. Of course, Dr. Bera was one of our major supporters during this process. In line with the WHO established principles and processes for benchmark development, the WHO Secretariat made the planning proposal and clarified the scope of the work. The first draft was prepared by select leading experts based on the framework provided by WHO. This draft was presented to the expert consultation meeting for discussion. The first draft, as is written here, has been prepared based on the available information and available regulatory documents from different countries, as well as the existing WHO training document. So this was an update of the previous document. So we had looked at the previous document, also identified what were the additional information that was required in that document, added that as a requirement for the expert group to look into, and that was how the first draft was prepared. 49 experts from 22 countries across 6 WHO regions joined the expert consultation meeting. This was the second meeting. After 2 days of intensive discussion on the scope, the structure, and content of the draft document, the meeting was concluded with consensus and advice on further improvement, which guided the production of the second draft. The second draft was then reviewed by invited experts who contributed to the third draft. This draft marked the conclusion of the consulting process and became the last technical version of the benchmark before formatting and printing. So this process is going on. It has not come out, but this is exactly the format which is followed by every single benchmark development process in WHO. So this Ayurveda example should tell you how intense this process is, how much of details have gone into the development of this concept itself, how much of studies have gone into it, how many people have been involved with it. For example, the peer review process of the international peer review process of the Ayurveda training document included more than 200 international peer reviewers. It's same with every single other document. So it is extensively seen by different people from different countries, different regulatory situations, different social constructs, which allows for traditional medicine to practice, so or not being practiced, etc. And so it, and also by different groups of traditional medicine practitioners, modern medical practitioners, like health administrators, as well as academicians and researchers. So it's a widely widely followed process by WHO, and it is generally based on consensus. There is no voting, etc. here, and I can tell you that it has happened across all the 7 benchmark document that we were able to come to conclusions based on consensus. So that was a very happy ending for during the meetings. Of course, Dr. Bera will be able to tell us about what happened in between, but at the end it was all happy. The structure, let me tell you the structure of a particular document. For example, let me take the example of acupuncture. It is structured in 5 parts. It has an introduction, gives a short briefing on the background and objectives of the document. Then it tells you the categories of training, provides training options applicable for a wide range of acupuncture service providers. And it also tells you of levels of training, defines general expertise and possible career pathways for acupuncture service providers, components and requirements for full training, presents learning modules at different levels of people without a medical background also, and components and requirements for adapted training, presents principles of adaptation of the document in terms of learning modules for people with a traditional or conventional medical background. So these 5 parts, so it is very similar in other documents also. For example, in Ayurveda, it is almost same, but it tells you different levels of practice of Ayurveda. So it tells you about the basic level of practice of Ayurveda, then advanced level of practice of Ayurveda. Similar is the case with Unani, basic level of practice of Unani, in advanced level of practice of Unani. What are the kinds of advanced levels of practice you can take? What are the specialities you can take? What is a learning outcome? What is a skill and knowledge requirement? How many hours of education you should have, and whether it should be full contact education, or can it be partially administered through some other procedure, for example, over the net, etc. What kind of educational tools could be used, etc., etc. And it also explains about the requirement of educational qualification for the practitioner and the support staff, including nurses and community health workers involved with traditional medicine, etc., etc. So I think you got the picture about how it will be structured, or each of these documents are structured, because each of the document has mild variations, because each of the system or each of the intervention are different. And by doing this, as an outcome, by setting norms and standards, the document shall help to address the issues related to minimum training requirements for quality acupuncture services. This is example, continuing with the example of acupuncture, you can shift acupuncture and read traditional medicine services also, because it is the same. It offers a useful reference point to evaluate traditional medicine service providers, which will benefit policymakers, health workers, education providers, and the public in general. Thank you so much for listening to me. This is the brief idea. I hope that I was able to give you a brief idea about how the traditional medicine technical documents on training from WHO works, and how it is going to be structured. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Guita. Muchísimas gracias, Dr. Guita. Y le quisiera preguntar
Thank you very much, Dr. Guita. I would like to ask you, well, one of the questions we have received is how many benchmarks are being developed right now in the unit of traditional medicines of the OMS, of the WHO.
We at present have 7 benchmarks, which I have shown to you. I think you have seen them. We are in discussion for other 3 benchmarks to be developed, but at this particular moment, it is in the very early stages of discussion. So I am not at liberty to mention them, but I could tell you that 3 other benchmarks on 3 different systems of medicine is in serious consideration at this particular moment. That's what I can tell you. I'm talking about benchmarks of training.
Yo quiero destacar que en el trabajo de los benchmarks y los lineamientos, como expresó el doctor Guita, las conclusiones se llegan por consenso. Y esto es muy importante, teniendo en cuenta que el mundo tiene siempre, cada país es un mundo en sí mismo, y unir y confluir las visiones de lugares tan distintos es realmente un trabajo muy, pero muy importante. Quisiera preguntarle al doctor Guita cuáles son las dificultades que se dan en el proceso de generar los lineamientos y también cómo el apoyo que brinda la Organización Mundial de la Salud para lograr todo esto. ¿Cuál es la perspectiva general?
Just a moment, we are having a problem with our translation. Just a moment so we can check out that everything is perfect. Just a moment, please.
¿Necesitan que la diga en inglés?
Sorry, I'm translating now. I was in the wrong channel. Okay, let's go. Sorry. I was asking Dr. Guita, highlighting a very important element, which is that guidelines and benchmarks are worked out by consensus. And what's important is that we are representing very different 6 regions of the planet, and that is a very important work. It implies to open to everybody's realities. I'd like you to share how we achieve this process, and also another question that arrived. In order to work on benchmarks, is it essential to have member states of WHO participate, or can this be carried out as from the initiative or of specific institutions of TCIM institutions?
Yeah, I would take the second question first. It is essential that the member states are part of the development of the benchmarks. The reason being, the benchmarks are developed initially as a policy support document, as policy support technical document for the regulatory frameworks or people who decide policy of a country, of a traditional, of any country, of the member state specifically. So for having buy-in by the member states, it is absolutely essential that the member states are part and parcel of the discussion, or the discussion happens through the people who the member states identifies and recommends. That's very important for us, and that's essential. To coming to a consensus over the 6 regions with wide variety of thoughts, we should also understand that traditional medicine systems across the globe, even if within that system, there is a lot of similarity or commonality. It is not so variant. Like if you look at traditional, like Chinese medicine as practiced in the mainland China, it might slightly vary from what will happen in Korea or in Japan. Or if you will look at what is happening in India with Ayurveda, it will have very mild variation with what is being practiced in Argentina or United States or Ghana or South Africa, or like similarly is the case with Siddha system of medicine or even Unani system of medicine. In certain cases, even if they are known by different names, they have a lot of commonality. So this commonality is the one which allows us to create consensus. So of course, there are differences. Differences are the one which make us look at each other and and then try to fight for getting over it. But it is a commonality that tries to build us the consensus, and that is what WHO uses. And we have been very successful in bringing different member states and representatives of member states to come together, because the traditional medicine practitioners and the systems itself understands the need of building a common goal and a common framework. And that is the most wonderful thing as an experience that I had during this past 4 years of trying to work with benchmark documents of training as well as practice. So the practitioners, even though they are from diverse systems, diverse situations, once they understand the whole concept of what we are trying to do, come to, even if situations are different, come to an understanding of consensus. And we should also remember that WHO, these technical documents are not trying to create the best possible situation. We are trying to create a standard document, standard technical document for the minimum requirement to have training, the minimum requirement. So it is a slightly different proposition. We are not looking at the best possible training or practice possibility. We are looking at the minimum essential requirement of a traditional medical system to be trained or to be practiced. That's what we are looking at. So that also helps us to create the consensus in a better manner. I hope that I answered your questions, both the questions.
Yes, Dr. Gita. Sí, muchísimas gracias, Dr. Gita. Otra pregunta.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Gita. Another question from the audience. We understand that these technical documents, these benchmarks and guidelines are technical documents that do not oblige member states in the WHO to implement them, to make them effective in each country. Is that so? That's the first question. The second question is, what impact have the 7 benchmarks produced by the WHO had in countries that were not the cradle of those traditional systems? Did they help to recognize these traditional medicines in other countries? So what was the effect and how was the process?
Yeah, so the traditional medicine, if you look at, WHO had come out with a global report on the acceptance or the way in which traditional medicine is being practiced or accepted or regulated in different countries in 2012. So if you look at it, In 2012, we had like around 90 countries who had accepted traditional medicine in the regulatory framework. Whereas if you look at our second report, which came out in 2019, we had a much larger number of countries accepting traditional medicine. So if you look at it, almost 80% of the total member states of WHO accepted traditional medicine in 2019. We cannot say exactly by saying that it was these 7 documents which made the difference of acceptance of traditional medicine in these new countries who had accepted traditional medicine, but we can say that these 7 systems of medicine which we had talked about, like traditional Chinese medicine or acupuncture or Ayurveda, Unani, etc., had got their say in these additional countries accepting traditional medicine. And we also know that several of the countries had utilized these documents to make sure that they are accepted, and they have a way of for example, creating the regulatory framework. They had utilized these documents. We know for sure from United Arab Emirates, when they had included traditional medicine, they had used the WHO traditional medicine documents. Malaysia had used it. So there are several countries whom we know about, but we do not know exactly, very specifically, and to the point whether which government had used it, because we had widely dispersed it. We had given it to almost all member states who had through our country offices, and we also made sure that it was available with almost all health ministries. So we would be at I would be at a difficult situation to tell you exactly how many countries had utilized this, but we think that there had been an impact when these countries had when the number of countries had increased. They had definitely used it, because I know for sure from Russia that they had complained to us that when the Russian translation has a problem in it, and next time when they translate it, they would be happy to be included, so that they will be able to make a better job of it. So that much I can tell you, but I cannot tell you how many countries used it, etc. In the right format. Can I get that first question once again? It was implementation of.
Sure, please.
I think I missed the first question in here.
No problem, Dr. Krishna. There are other questions. Hay otra pregunta, Dr. Krishna. Si tiene idea.
There's another question, Dr. Krishna. If you have an idea, according to your experience, we're not asking you for an official definition. We're asking you for a personal opinion. What is the extension of the curriculum of allopathic doctors or conventional doctors of traditional medicine aspects? I'm not asking you as a representative of WHO, but according to what you know, because you have been so many years in this area, what's your take at this?
You mean the current curricula of allopathic doctors?
Yes.
Right. It actually varies from different country. That is the truth. So if you look at let us take India. About the Indian government is just now introducing some around 5% of the curricula to be part of traditional medicine, or rather traditional medicine to be part of 5% of curricula of the modern medical practitioners or allopathic medicine practitioners. Whereas if you look at China, it is already known that about 5 to 7 or sometimes up to 8% of their total curricula is traditional medicine, introduction to traditional medicine practices. And there are I do not know of other countries to tell you exactly, because I had this recent study on the educational programs as a comparison between China and India to understand how far and how better the Chinese system is. So I had realized that this traditional medicine component in the medical curriculum of modern medical practitioners in China might be playing a very important role in their perspective about traditional medicine use within that country. So I think that's what I can tell you personally. This is not a WHO statement, and neither was a WHO study, but I had done it on a personal basis to understand more about the situation. So if that answers your question.
Yes. Doctor Krishna, hola, Doctor Krishna, hay otra pregunta.
Dr. Krishnan, there's another question. Traditional medical systems have an approach to health and disease that is different as compared to conventional medicine. They also use specific terminology, oftentimes related to the country, the area, the region where they are more developed. You partake in the group that is working on the terminology of different traditional systems. What can you tell us about that work? How can we combine or make new words understood from different medical systems, both traditional and allopathic?
That is a very interesting question, because that's those are that's an important work which WHO has undertaken. We are developing terminologies for traditional medicine systems so that there is a uniform language across the globe regarding what traditional medicine really means and people understand what it means. So to tell you exactly how it functions, we consider that the medical system across the globe, or most of the medical professionals understand or converse in some way or other in, like, it is not exactly right, but we consider that it is English is a major language there. So we take English language as a main terminology, and and then we identify corresponding terminologies in the specific system of medicine, and then we describe that particular terminology in different contexts. So let us say we take fever. I'm just giving an example. Please do not say that this might not be there in the terminology document itself. But to give you an example, we could say that fever is rise in body temperature. So we have fever as a definition from the normal English lexicon, and then or the normal lexicon in medical language. Then we say jwara, which is the term in Ayurveda, and then we probably give a description of jwara in different aspects. So jwara is a very broad term as far as Ayurveda is concerned. Fever is a very, very specific term in modern medical terminology. It of course has different reasons for fever and different kinds of fever. Similarly, jwara has different reasons for jwara and different kinds of jwara and different possibilities of jwara. So all those are explained in the description. So you can go into the document, you can look for from the glossary or from the index, you can go and find out the term jwara and go and see that it is fever, or you can go and look into the document for fever and find out what is jwara, and then in the description part you can get all the possibilities of jwara. So similarly, that's how all the documents are being organized. Each document approximately has around 3,000 to 5,000 words. Some of the documents, like all these traditional systems of medicine, started with 12,000, 14,000, 18,000 words, and we are looking at the most essential words to be included in the document. This will have this is our first edition that might come up, and then in future, as things are needed and as per requirement, and as countries start using it, as researchers and academicians and clinicians start using it, then we might find out more and new requirements of it, and we will update it accordingly. This is the plan, and this is what we are doing right now.
Doctor Gita Krishnan, ¿cuánto tiempo promedio toma?
Dr. Krishnan, what is the average time for a traditional medicine benchmark in the WHO from start to the endpoint when it's adopted by the WHO General Assembly?
Usually it is about, like from my experience, I can tell you it is about 4 years on an average, not less than that. It takes almost 4 years for us to complete a benchmark document in its full, and the next year it goes into the, if it gets the place, it goes into the, like, you know, to the record of the WHO's assembly, World Health Assembly's documentation saying that it has been published.
Doctor Krishna, también están preguntando acá o quieren...
Dr. Krishnan, here we have comments and questions. They say there's a global report and a link is being included in our chat where we can find more information about TCIM education in each region, the different programs there are, bachelor's, master's, PhDs, technical training, etc. And well, the question is, and here I also have another question that goes beyond education and training. Following the COVID-19 epidemic, the WHO Traditional Medicine Unit has developed any strategies concerning this pandemic. Could you please share this in the 2 or 3 minutes we have for the end of your presentation?
Yes. So regarding COVID-19, we are collecting data. We are not directly involved with any active engagement with member states. We are working closely with the member states. There are several member states who are working very closely and trying to develop, products, etc. You might be aware that in the Afro region, on the 4th of May, the regional director, definitely said that the African medicine needs to be explored for results, for benefits in COVID-19. And then WHO Afro region created a protocol for testing of traditional medicine products in COVID-19, for clinical trial of traditional medicine products in COVID-19. And in the Southeast Asia region, the Southeast Asian region is actually looking at the barriers and facilitators of utilizing traditional medicine in the region during COVID-19 period. What supported, what prevented traditional medicines from being used during this period. And I know that we are closely monitoring the data coming from different countries. We are collecting that. But we are not, to my knowledge, not directly involved with the research programs or strategy development of any member state. If I'm mistaken, I should stand corrected. But to my knowledge, we are not directly involved at this moment with any of those programs.
Y probablemente la última pregunta.
The very last question now. Besides the experts that are called by the World Health Organization, are there any ways in which institutions related to specific traditional medical systems can send you proposals or aspects to be considered? Or you only get this information through the group of experts that you call?
No. In fact, anyone and everyone in the member states can actually write to WHO with their opinion, and we are supposed to give you an answer back. So I think that would be, there is no question about it. It normally needs to be answered, and you should get an answer, and a proposal could be sent directly to WHO. It could be sent to the either to the department or to the unit, or even higher up. If you think your program has enough enough, or your proposal has enough evidence base and reason to be considered seriously, or not in a research phase, but but an implementation phase and with enough evidence, you should write to to WHO directly. Preferably, if it is country specific, I would suggest that it should be written to the country office or to the regional office, or if it is of global importance, it should be written to the WHO headquarters. So that's how it should be looked at. And I think an institution does not have to wait for WHO to be connected to you. There is all freedom and all kind of possibilities and mechanisms available in which you can contact with WHO and have communication with WHO.
Muchas gracias, doctor Krishna. Y la última pregunta es que
Still another one. Is there any question you would have liked to answer, or would you like to synthesize what you said, or would you like to make final comments to your wonderful presentation?
Yes, I would like to say that traditional medicine training is extremely important. It needs to be done based on the need of the different member states taken into consideration, but it also needs to be made very clear that the training should be according to the strengths of each of the system, because each and every system has its own strength, and that is the beauty of when we talk about traditional, complementary, and the final word, integrative medicine. So integrative medicine becomes a possibility only because different systems of medicine has different strengths, and if you are wise enough, if you have enough information, if you have enough analytical capability, and if you can create the wisdom, then integrative medicine is a great possibility and something which we should all look into. So training of traditional medicine in the most appropriate manner is very important. I hope that traditional medicine systems are appropriately being trained and regulated in each of the member states of WHO. Thank you so much.
Doctor Krishna, en nombre de muchas personas están...
Dr. Krishnan, on behalf of many people who are in the YouTube channels, both in Spanish and English, they're all thanking you for your presentation. And I'd also like to point out that we all wish to see the work carried out by WHO, in which you are very much involved and directly involved, is done in the best way possible, so that, as you just said, it will help the population to have different options, new options towards their health, giving new answers to old problems. So the best for your task, continue working in the great way you're working, conciliating the responses from so many different regions in the world. The best for you. Take care. Success in your task. Thank you very much for this presentation. Very, very, very many thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, after this wonderful presentation, we'd like to ask all the audience 1 minute, because we have to make a number of technical adaptations for a new conference that will be really very important, because it will bring new knowledge on many aspects of this task. Scarlett, do you want to make a comment? Thank you very much.
Thank you to Dr. Krishnan for the wisdom that was shared, the very thoughtful, methodical processes that take so much into account in the process of creating training benchmarks for traditional, complementary, and integrative modalities, in particular traditional healing modalities, as we saw with the examples presented. I know that I was very enriched by the experience and also by the questions. I'm so grateful to our audience and encouraging to continue your questions because it becomes a true dialogue. We are now in a deep conversation, and I learned a great deal from the amazing presentation and also from the questions and the answers to the questions. So thank you very much for this first segment. We are going to go into our second segment. I don't know if I have the green light from, from the technical support team as to whether to begin. I'm getting to wait one more minute. So we'll wait together. And what I'm going to invite for everybody to do, actually, this is a perfect moment, is if we can take a minute, and if you feel comfortable, if it is safe and appropriate for you to do so, perhaps let's take a moment and let's take 30 seconds of this minute of global solidarity. You can close your eyes if you wish, or you can leave them open. But imagine that all of us across all these regions are able to hold our hands through our imagination. Just take somebody's hand and imagine that we are encircling the globe with our common intention to bring about a greater state of health for all of humanity and the planet itself. Just take a breath here, breathing in deeply and remembering that we are unique and one all at once. And perhaps sending an intention for great healing and for great continued impact to emerge from all the effort that has gone into the creation of this summit. Thank you for taking this pause, and I will wait for the green light to begin our panel. Welcome back, everyone. We are now ready for our first panel of the day, which is going to be, I know, an amazing experience, rich with learning, and it's about education in traditional and complementary and integrative medicines in the Asia region. Our first presenter is going to be Dr. Chao Mao. And Dr. Mao, I apologize if I am saying your name incorrectly. Dr. Mao is an associate researcher in the Department of Educational Management for TCIM in the Academy of Chinese Medical Science in China. She will be speaking about diversified talent cultivation mechanisms of continuing TCIM education in China. Dr. Mao graduated from Capital University of Medicine Science, major in TCIM, and has also her PhD degree from China Academy of Chinese Medicine and Science. She's engaged in research in talent development in TCIM and talent cultivation for the last 10 years. Each presenter will have 30 minutes for their presentation, and there will be 10 minutes for question and answers at the end. After Dr. Mao, we will have Dr. Galib Ruknudin. Again, Dr. Ruknudin, I apologize if I am not saying your name correctly. Dr. Ruknudin is an Ayurvedic medical doctor. He's associate professor of the Department of Rasa, Shastra, and Vaishya Kalpana at All India Institute of Ayurveda in New Delhi, and has worked as a research officer in the Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences in the Ministry of Ayush in New Delhi. He has also worked as coordinator in the WHO Collaborating Center for Traditional Medicine in the area of Ayurveda. And he's going to be presenting on the current status of TCIM education in the Republic of India. The last presenter in our panel will be Professor Sung Chul Kim. Professor Sung Chul Kim, and again, I apologize for any saying the name incorrectly, is a Korea-trained acupuncturist. He is the director of acupuncture and moxibustion department of the College of Oriental Medicine, Wokwang University in the Republic of South Korea. And since 2001, he has served as professor at the College of Oriental Medicine in Wokwang University, Iksan, Korea. He's also the director of acupuncture and moxibustion department at the Wokwang Oriental Medicine Hospital in Gwangju, Korea, where he's established the Center for Amyotrophic Lateral Sclerosis, ALS research. And he's going to be presenting on the state of the art of TCIM education in the Republic of South Korea. Thank you so much to our panelists. It is an honor to have each of you with us. And we'll go ahead with Dr. Mao's presentation, which I believe has been pre-recorded.
Well, hello everyone. I'm Chao Mao from China Academy of Chinese Medicine Science in China. It's a great honor to be invited to give the talk on this conference. Well, today I would like to talk about continuing education of traditional Chinese medicine in China and some main policy. So my topic will include 3 parts. First is classification of TCM education, and second is introduction to training program for continuing education of TCM. Third is characteristic education. It means master apprentice education of TCM. First is classification of TCM education. Well, in China, TCM education is divided into 3 parts. First is college education. It's referred to the college and the universities that mainly implement higher education of TCM. and cultivate talents of TCIM, including undergraduate, master, doctor, and college level education. Till 2020, there are 44 TCIM regular institutions of higher education in China, including 24 universities and 9 institutions, 8 higher vocational colleges, and 1 higher vocational school. Second is postgraduate education. It refers to the standardized training of TCIM residents. In 2014, the implementation measures for standardized training of TCIM residents were issued. Standardized training of TCIM residents is an important part of post-graduation education of TCIM, which is divided into 2 stages. One is clinical rotation in the main departments such as internal medicine and cardiology, and secondly is clinical rotation in the department in which the trainee expects to work in the future. So totally it takes 3 years. Third is the continuing education. It's very similar as the continuing medical education, including continuing education program and various types of in-service talents training programs. Today, I would like to focus on the continuing education of TCIM. Next, I would like to introduce the major training programs of TCIM continuing education. I will introduce from 2 aspects. On the one hand is the National Continuing Education Program of TCIM. On the other hand is talent training programs. So firstly is the National Continuing Education Programs of TCIM. So firstly, I would like to introduce the relevant policy from the government, including regulation on continuing education of TCIM and the credit management method of continuing education of TCIM. Also had the measures for the management of national continuing education projects of TCIM. National administration of TCIM starts the application of this year's programs every November. All training programs can be categorized into 3 types: knowledge and skills, learning and improvements, and the frontier development of TCIM. In order to select and cultivate excellent training programs, the national programs are divided into annual and reserved programs. Annual means new training programs that need to review and approved by the experts, while reserved training programs will approved without any evaluation. Generally, the list of approved training programs will be announced by the National Administration of TCIM in next March. Every year, there are about 1,500 training programs. The doctor will participate in these programs that they can get credits, and then they can complete their continuing education training test every year. Well, all these programs links, including application, approval, conducting, and credit application, all are carried out under the management system of National TCIM Continuing Education Program. Well, next is about the talent training projects. So we call it TCIM Inheritance and Innovation 100, 1,000, 10,000 Talent Project. So during recent years, National Administration of TCM has formulated TCM training plan for high-level talent, which is intended to build a high-level talent team of TCM, including excellent talents and leading talents. It's aimed at solving the problem during the development of TCM, such as the shortage of high-level talents, insufficient inheritance, and inadequate innovation. In addition to provide a solid talent guarantee for the development of TCM. So there are three kinds of talents: leading talents, excellent talents, skilled talents. So firstly, I want to talk about the leading talents. That means the government want to select 100 people as chief scientists of TCM in China. They must have international vision and world academic influence and outstanding contribution to TCM. Also, they must play a leading role in promoting the development of TCM. And excellent talents means that the people, they must major in TCM or Chinese mathematics and ethnic medicine, or integrate traditional medicine and Western medicine or other field. They must have strong academic experience and technological innovation ability, and also have made outstanding achievements, have great academic influence in China. And skilled talents means that government want to select skilled professions with the age of under 45 years old, with certain academic influence of their professional field in TCM. So next I want to introduce some relevant policy from government about this project, including the implementation plan of Qihua project, also the specific implementation plans for each sub-projects. So the high-level talent project, including National Excellent TCM Talents Training Program and National Talent Training Program of TCM, Characteristic Technology Inheritance, National Training Programs for Skilled Talents of TCM, Clinical Characteristic Technology Inheritance, National Training Program for Key Talents in Western Learning TCM, and National Training Program for Innovative Talents of TCM. So about their organization and implementation, so every institution who want to have this project, they must follow a principle. They must establish a work coordination maximum and organize the experts consultation team. Also have a selection and evaluation method. Also need to make a dramatic assessment system and set a performance evaluation system. So next, I want to talk about the Master Apprentice Education of TCM. It's a project carried out by the National Administration of TCM, in which old TCM experts with rich and unique academic experience and technical expertise are selected as instructor. Meanwhile, young and middle-aged TCM doctors with abundance of theory, knowledge, and practice experience are selected as their successor to be trained in the way of master-apprentice education. In the ancient times, the most important training way for TCM practitioners was master-apprentice education, which could be divided into 3 forms: handed down in the family, and taught by teachers, and influenced by masters. In the 19th, government launched the master apprentice education project again. In 2008, the Ministry of Human Resources, the Ministry of Health, and the National Administration of TCM jointly issued the administrative measures for master apprentice education of TCM. Until now, it became a very, very important part of continuing education of TCM. So I want just do a very brief introduction about the selection criteria for the instructor and the successor. Instructor, they must have a senior title and have been engaged in TCM professional technical work for more than 30 years with rich and unique academic experience and technical expertise. So they must be healthy and be able to complete the teaching plan and the teaching test. So for the successor are required to be under 45 years old with more than 8 years engaged in TCM clinical experience and more than 2 years of intermediate title. They should also be of the same major with their teachers. So, about the objective of this project, there are 3 aspects. Firstly, it is hoped that the successor can learn and comprehend the classic works designed by the instructor, further enrich their TCM knowledge and TCM culture. Secondly, it is hoped that the successor can inherit the academic experience and technical expertise of the instructor and improve their clinical skills. Thirdly, it is hoped that the successor can arise innovative ideas or viewpoints in their field of TCM and achieve the innovative academic achievements in the future. So that's what I'm talking about today. Thanks for your listening. So please feel free to discuss with me anytime. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Dr. Mao, who unfortunately will not be able to join us for questions. We will go on now to Dr. Ruknudin with his presentation. Please go ahead, Dr. Ruknudin.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm sharing my screen. I hope, so this is visible, right? The screen is visible, right?
Yes. And you can choose to put it into presentation mode. If,
Yeah, so, and then, thank you so much for this invitation. Respected, I was saying George Berraji in this audience, and happy to see you, sir. Dr. Scarlett Soriano, and Gilia Valesco, Geeta Krishnanji was there in the earlier session, and learned co-speakers Professor Kim and Professor Mao, and organizing committee of the second World Summit on traditional systems of medicine, senior professionals and other dignitaries in the gathering, and dear friends. Namaste from Republic of India. I mean, so in this time, so in this 30 minutes of time, so I'm going to briefly mention about global scenario of traditional systems of medicines and Ayush systems in Indian scenario and structure of education. So in brief, so I'm going to mention so about these areas. And the sustainable development goals. So popularly, so they are known as global goals. So they were adopted by the United Nations in 2015 as a universal call to action and to end poverty and then protect the planet and ensure that so by 2030 so all people so they can enjoy uh, peace and prosperity. So this was the main motto of so these sustainable development goals, and ensuring healthy lives was also one of the it is one of the agenda. So that was the third agenda, and promoting well-being at all ages is essential. So in any so sustainable development goals. Currently, so the world is facing a global health crisis and affecting so the life of billions of people around the globe. And the all of us, okay, so we are well familiar and well understood that because of so many other reasons, the global demand for traditional systems of medicines, it is increasing alarmingly. And there is no doubt in saying that these traditional systems, they are contributing in maintaining equilibrium of health at multiple levels since since centuries, we can say. So these systems, so they uses a holistic approach to health and disease, and they aims towards restoring a delicate balance in between bodily elements. So increasing so global demand for all such traditional practices is clearly it is witnessed at multiple platforms, and the number of member countries, I feel, okay, so sometime back, Dr. Geeta Krishnanji, he was mentioning about this one. The number of member countries with some sort of traditional medicine policy is increasing throughout these years. Okay, so this policy document published by World Health Organization, so that also speaks something about a similar kind of data. So the data in between 2000 to 2012, it was presented here in this document. It clearly speaks about so this one, and it says, okay, so the green coverage we can see. So that, okay, so all the member states, okay, so that have been displayed in the depicted in the green color, okay, so they indicates that they have some sort of national policy to cover traditional systems of medicines. It indicates that, okay, so the globe is, okay, so moving towards, okay, otherwise they are accepting some sort of traditional practices in their national health policies. Coming to the Indian scenario, so India so is a country where what I can say, medical pluralism is officially recognized, and it is encouraged. Besides the conventional medical system, so Republic of India, it recognized different traditional healthcare systems familiarly. So they are known as Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha. Very recently, Sova Rigpat has been joined into this group, and then homeopathy. So all these systems of medicines, they are officially recognized, and that acronym it stands. So this Ayush acronym, it stands for, okay, so these traditional systems of medicines, and collectively all these traditional medical systems, they are governed by an independent ministry, so which is known as Ministry of Ayush. And so this is the website of Ayush. Okay, so the Ministry of Ayush, it was formed very recently. So I can say it is about a couple of years back only. Okay, so way back in 2014, it was formed, it was established as an independent ministry with a great vision to revive the profound knowledge of ancient systems of medicine, and ensuring the optimal development of ICE systems of healthcare with focused attention towards the education and research in ICE systems. So this was the main motto of, otherwise objective of so this department, this ministry, and the ministry, it functions with a special focus, special objective on to upgrade educational standards of Ayush colleges in the country. So that is one, and so there are multiple objectives. And they also works for strengthening the existing research institutions, and to ensure the time-bound research programs on identified disease conditions for which, okay, so the systems have an effective treatment. And so they also functions to drop schemes for cultivating, promoting, and regenerating medicinal plants, so that are used in Ayush systems of medicines. And also they functions to evolve pharmacopoeia standards of Ayush drugs. So with this objective, with this specific vision in mind, so the ministry, it has established various specialities in multidirectional aspects, covering research, covering education, quality control, and regulation, and all those things. So there are various bodies. Okay, so they have, so this organization set up, if at all we are looking, you suppose it itself speaks. Okay, so how meticulously so the ministry, it has been evolved. Of course, if at all we are coming towards focusing upon the education, and then so this is the body. So the Central Council of Indian Medicine is the statutory body, so which was constituted under the Indian Medicine Central Council Act way back in 1970. So almost 50 years back it was established. And since then the council is framing and it is implementing various what I can say, various regulations, including the curriculum, including the syllabus of Ayush systems for various levels, including undergraduation and including the post-graduation levels. So now all the Ayush colleges.
Entonces ahora todas las universidades Ayush que se han establecido en el escenario indio y que existen en él están afiliados.
And so they are following the minimum standards of education. So they are following the minimum standards of education, and they are following the curriculum and the syllabus as prescribed by this Central Council of Indian Medicine. And if we look, you suppose, of course, so this is a network. Of course, as I mentioned, so that the Central Council for Indian Medicine, it is established in 1970. I mean, so through that Indian Medicine Central Council Act in 1970, it was established. Of course, it is taking care of okay, so various aspects related to the education, designing the curriculum and syllabus. But very recently, so this Central Council for so Indian Medicine, so it is replaced with the National Commission for Indian System of Medicine, NCISM. Of course, this NCISM also, it functions on similar objectives. So similarly, okay, so this CCIM, otherwise National Council for ISM, so they takes care of academic and regulation point of view of Ayurveda, yoga, and then Siddha and Unani systems of medicines. Whereas for homeopathy medical education, so there is a separate body. So it is the homeopathy curriculum, homeopathy education, and regulation. So this is regulated by Central Council of Homeopathy. So this council, so it was established in 1973, almost again. So it is also almost 50 years back it was established. And so this network, if at all we are looking, we suppose, okay, as on 2018, if we look, you suppose there were around 700 plus colleges for Ayush systems. Of course, okay, so this number, it has been increased to about 900 colleges. Very recent digit it is. It was available from the website of the TCIM. So it says that about 900 colleges in 2021, okay, so they are existing, so which are approved by this council. So they are conducting, so these 900 plus colleges, you can see the breakup. So that, okay, so Ayurveda has a major portion over there. Okay, so for Ayurveda, for homeopathy, okay, so for U stands for, okay, so Unani, Siddha and Yoga colleges, you can see there are more than, okay, so 900 colleges, okay, so they are existing. So they are conducting, so this undergraduate Ayush education. So these colleges, okay, so they admit a huge number of about 47,000 Ayush students in a year, in one academic year. So they used to admit, okay, so about 47,000 students. So in addition to these 700 plus 900 plus colleges, okay, so there are academic institutions. There are about 200 postgraduate colleges, so that offer okay, so various specialized courses. As on date, so there are more than 800,000 registered Ayush practitioners who are existing, who are registered, okay, so who are there in the scenario, so who are contributing immensely in the global, I mean, so Indian healthcare. And as I mentioned, okay, so there are 900 plus institutions. Among so these 900 institutions, okay, so there are 10 plus institutes which have been acknowledged to be national institutes. They have the I mean, so they are enjoying this capacity of national institutes. These colleges, okay, so they represent different systems. So you can see, so there are national institutes for Ayurveda, there are national institutes for homeopathy and naturopathy, and national institutes for Unani system of medicine, for yoga, for Siddha. So for various specialities, for different okay, so streams of Ayush medical systems. So there are national institutes, they have been identified, and I feel some of the experts from these national institutes, so they took a part of this summit also. And most of these institutes, okay, so they have been accredited by NABH. NABH is a national accreditation board for hospitals. So which is a constituent board of Quality Council of India, so which is set up to accredit various programs for healthcare organizations. And not only NABH, but there are a few organizations, few national institutes which have been which have had NAC accreditation. NAC is National Assessment and Accreditation Council. So it is again is a government organization in India that assess and accredits higher education institutions. So these are the 10 academic institutions, and the curriculum, if at all. Okay, so we are looking, suppose. So these institutions, these 900 plus Ayush institutions, they used to offer education at different levels of courses they are being offered, so to the eligible scholars. So the undergraduation education, if at all we are looking, you suppose, so this undergraduation course, it is of 5.5 years curriculum it is. So where 4.5 years curriculum is the main course, and then so this will be followed by 1 year mandatory internship, so which is leading to a bachelor course in Ayurvedic system of medicine. It is familiarly known in Indian scenario as BAMS. So BAMS is the bachelor's degree for Ayurveda stream. So this is being conducted throughout the country in all these. Okay, so majority of the college, 300 plus colleges, it is being offered. So the syllabus and the curriculum is uniform throughout the country, and it is being conducted only in Ayurveda medical colleges affiliated to universities, and only after getting permission from the Ministry of Ayush. So once the college, okay, so it is not that, okay, so anyone can open any college at any corner of the country. It is not like that. So the college, okay, so it has to apply for, okay, so opening such kind of courses. They have to get approval from the ministry. They have to get approval from this central council. After getting approval, so they are eligible to conduct such kind of courses. And the admission into, okay, so this undergraduation course is only possible on the basis of the merit obtained in the national level entrance examination. So there will be a common entrance examination. So individuals, aspirants, they have to clear that entrance examination. So they should be in the merit, and depending upon the merit, okay, so they will be getting the admission into okay, so this specific course. So, and after completing, so this 4.5 years of theoretical and practical training, and then after completing, so this 1 year rotating mandatory internship. So the individual, he or she, they have to register their names in the respective boards in the sense, okay, so the board, okay, so for which state they belongs. So there are state boards, okay, so in these state boards they have to register their names, and once they registered their names, you suppose, then they can start their professional career. So this is in brief about the how, okay, so the undergraduate okay, course, okay, so they are so being offered in Indian scenario. And then once the individual, he or she completes this undergraduation, so then after successful completion of this undergraduate course, interested, so they can continue their postgraduate education. And again, so this postgraduate education, otherwise the admission into so these post-graduation courses, is also based upon the merit obtained in a national level entrance examination. And this course is the duration of this course is 3 years, and leading to at the end of the completion of, okay, so this specific course, the concerned, okay, so in that specific concerned subject, okay, so he will become the master. So the syllabus and again the curriculum for each and every specialty is again so uniform throughout the country. So just like that of to that of the undergraduate course, so even here also the curriculum is uniform and the syllabus is uniform for each and every specialty across the country. And it is being conducted only in, again, so in affiliated, approved, accredited Ayurvedic educational institutes. So postgraduate degree courses, so they are being conducted in Indian scenario. So as on date we have 22 specialities in Ayurveda, including just like general medicine. Okay, so in Ayurveda also we have a specialty in general medicine. In Ayurveda, so we have specialty in pediatrics. In Ayurveda, we have specialty in, okay, so gynecology. We have a specialty in ophthalmology, a specialty in dentistry. Okay, so all these specialties, okay, so they are available. Okay, so in the the curriculum. So they are, and then so the postdoc after completing so this post graduation. So there is a possibility to do postdoctoral course also. So once the individual clears this post graduation of this 3 years specialty 3 years course, you suppose, then governments, the ministry, otherwise the central council, okay, so they offers the postdoctoral courses. So they are also offered by the government for the interested individuals, okay, so in their respective specialties. And as I mentioned, okay, so the duration of this postdoctoral course, it may fluctuate somewhere in between 3 to 5 years, and sometimes it may stretch. There is no specific landmark. Otherwise, okay, so specific cutoff that, okay, so postdoctoral course is supposed to be completed with, by okay, so within this specific time period. It depends upon the university to university, so it may fluctuate. So it may fluctuate in between 3 to 5 years of time. Sometimes, as I mentioned, so it may be more. It based upon the regulations of respective universities. And so the registered Ayush professionals, okay, so they so once if they are registered, okay, so in these courses, you suppose, they have to work upon a specific research topic of their interest. Of course, for that also, okay, so we have certain regulations. Okay, so once the topic is finalized, to suppose, okay, so they have to write down their synopsis and they have to pass it, they have to submit it in front of various committees. Let it be institutional review board will be there. Once if at all it is crossed that IRB, suppose institutional review board is suppose, then it has to be submitted in front of the ethics committee, institutional ethics committee. If at all that specific research project is involving human beings, you suppose, it's if at all it's, I mean, so if at all it's a clinical trial, you suppose, then okay, so it has to be passed through institutional ethics committee. So after getting their approval, they have to do, okay, so that a research, specific research is supposed to be conducted. And of course, so if at all that research is involving the animals, you suppose, they're not involving any human beings, you suppose, in that case, okay, so that research topic, that synopsis, it has to be passed through the institutional animal ethics committee's approval. So this is in general, okay, so this is being followed over here. And not only this exclusive, okay, I mean, so this PhD is exclusively in the Ayush systems of medicine, so Ayurveda system of medicine. Not only this one, but one even can do postdoctoral courses in various specialities through Ayush PhD fellowship scheme. So this is another Ayush, a scheme which is initiated by the Ministry of Ayush, where an individual so can do PhD in biomedical sciences. So they can do PhD in chemical sciences, they can do PhD in physical sciences or social sciences. And so there is a possibility, and so whatever it may be the case, it may be a regular course or it may be, okay, so this Ayush PhD fellowship scheme. So in all these schemes, okay, so they have to they have to follow all the mandatory guidelines of as set by, okay, so those individual universities. So besides this graduate, postgraduate and postdoctoral courses, so even Central Council for this Indian Medicine or National Council for Indian System of Medicine, so it also offers 2 years PG diploma course. So the syllabus again, so it is common across the country, and there are currently, so there are 16 specialties where these postgraduate diploma courses, they are being offered. Of course, so the link I have given over here, so in each slide I tried to give in the resource material link, so one can click that link to access, okay, so all the information so which I am mentioning over here. So this is in brief about the Ayurveda. What I mentioned is for Ayurveda. Besides Ayurveda, so even in case of yoga, in case of Unani, in case of Siddha, and even in case of homeopathy, so they also offers undergraduate courses for all these traditional systems of medicine. There is a undergraduate system is there. Education system is there. It is well established. And in all these undergraduate courses, they have to spend 5.5 years of time. As I mentioned, 4.5 years of teaching and training and laboratory, practical experience, training. And then, so this will be out at the end of this 4.5 years of training. They have to undergo 1 year rotatory mandatory internship they have to complete. So after completing, okay, so this is common for all these streams, let it be Unani or Siddha or homeopathy or Ayurveda. For undergraduate courses, it is common. Besides that, okay, so as I mentioned, there are 22 streams, 22 specialties for Ayurveda, whereas for Unani system of medicine, so there are 14 specialties in postgraduate curriculum, and 12 specialties for a Siddha system of medicine, and 7 specialties for a homeopathy system of medicine. Okay, so they are offering so postgraduate academic curriculum. So it is well established for this Ayush systems of medicines. Besides that, for Unani system of medicine and for Siddha system of medicine, so there are a few PG diploma courses also. And let it be in all levels of, okay, so these trainings, let it be post graduation or postdoctoral degrees. So besides the teachings in respective traditional medical systems, Ayush students, they are trained in essentials of related conventional medical topics, including biochemistry, including microbiology or physiology, anatomy, pathology, whatever it may be. So all these so conventional topics, okay, so they are taught to them, and drug development and conduction of systematic clinical trials following good clinical practice, all good practices. So while conducting so these researches, okay, so this is an essential component in the syllabus of, okay, so these eye systems of medicines, and guidelines for all such kind of information. So it is well established, and this information in relation to traditional systems of medicines, so it has been developed, and it is in the part of the syllabus, as I mentioned, and it is available in the public domain. So this information also, it is available on the internet. You can search it. And so this is one important aspect. So all such kind of clinical researches that are being conducted at postgraduate level, or let it be postdoctoral level. So all these clinical researches involving the human beings is mandated to be registered prospectively at Central, Clinical Trial Registry of India. So this is CTRI portal of Indian Council of Medical Research. So this CTRI is a free and online public record system for registration of clinical trials being conducted in Indian scenario. And so, of course, this CTRI program, it was way back initiated as a voluntary measure. But since last decade, I feel since last 2009 or 2010, so the trial registration, it has become mandatory, and it made mandatory by Drugs Control General of India, DCGA. And thus it became mandate of all principal investigators of these researches, uh, to register their clinical trials in this portal before initiating so their clinical trial. So and even meanwhile publishing so the outcomes of, okay, so such kind of researches, you suppose, all such sort of clinical trial registries, you suppose, majority of the standard journals, so they will consider only the clinical trials that are registered in this clinical trial registry. In the sense, okay, so what I'm telling is, okay, so this is mandate, and it has to be registered before initiating any sort of clinical trial. Of course, since long, not only these eye systems of medicines, but all these traditional systems of medicines, they are practiced across the globe, and eye systems across the country. So that is well known. And in this era of globalization, concerns are being raised with regard to their clinical safety. And there is a widespread misconception that all drugs of natural origin are safe. And there is also a common belief that is prevailing in the society, that long-term use of medicine based on tradition assures both safety and efficacy. So which is basically not so. So these systems of medicines, these traditional systems of medicines, they have thorough knowledge about essential characters of drugs that are being used in the treatment to ensure safety, and opine that right drug uh, at the right dose, by the right route, if at all we are administering at a right time, in a right person, you suppose. So they said that they will provide beneficial effects. So if at all, okay, so these 5 R's, okay, so they are not followed, you suppose, or if at all the code of conduct as mentioned in the traditional systems of medicines is not followed, you suppose, or non-compliance to the traditional regulations in therapeutics, if at all it is there, you suppose, in that case, okay, so there is a possibility of developing some sort of adverse effect. So considering such growing demand for Ayush products globally, their inclusion in the pharmacovigilance system, so it became equally important. So this pharmacovigilance system is also so one of the part of the curriculum of the traditional systems of medicines in Indian scenario. And this system is established in India, where all suspected adverse drug reactions, they are being reported into this program. And besides that, so the outcomes of all these, okay, so at the end of this postgraduate curriculum, at the end of this postdoctoral curriculum, the principal investigators, otherwise the scholars, okay, so they used to, in general, okay, so they used to disseminate the outcomes of research works. They were conducted at the various levels, and they will disseminate it, okay, so in the form of, okay, so these research articles. And most of the national institutes, I mentioned that, okay, so there are 10 plus institutes, okay, so most of these national institutes, okay, so they have their own in-house journals, in-house periodicals. A few of them, so they are even indexed with PubMed. So just like this Ayu, if at all you are looking, suppose this journal, it is indexed with PubMed. And this is again, so another important portal, so where majority of the outcomes, if at all we're looking, we suppose that research outcomes for the postgraduate and postdoctoral studies, so they are published, okay. And then so this information is available, all this published information, so it is available through a database, so which is familiar as Ayush research portal in Indian scenario, so which is meant for disseminating the actual knowledge of okay, so these Ayush systems. So Ayush research portal, so this portal is a platform, it is which is established to inculcate scientific temperament and quality of research and education and training in various Ayush domains. And the best efforts, they are being made to provide valid data, and the updates on this portal are basically meant for academic purposes. This is open platform, and anyone can access this information. Besides various levels of education curriculum, academics, as I mentioned, so this is domestic scenario, so whatever I mentioned. So besides this, okay, so various levels of courses for the domestic individuals, domestic professionals. Government of India also offers various levels of courses to interested eligible international or foreign nationals. Ministry of Ayush, they provide scholarships, they provide fellowships for foreign nationals to study in reputed Indian institutions. And all the, okay, so 10 institutes what I mentioned just now, majority of these 10 national institutes, they offers, they accommodate, otherwise, okay, so they will groom, they will train the international students in various capacities. So it is a unique initiative of Ministry of Ayush that will facilitate the students from across the globe to come and experience the best academic learning from the top institutions in India. And the fellowships of Ministry of Ayush, it offers about 104 scholarships every year. Okay, so 104 scholarships through ICCR. And to the, I mean, so for pursuing, so let it be, okay, so that scholarship, okay, so that can be utilized to undergo any sort of curriculum, otherwise, okay, so academic degree, as I mentioned just now. So it may be the degree, it may be undergraduation, it may be post-graduation, it may be diploma, or it may be, okay, customized training programs are also there, okay, so it can be, so this fellowship can be used for any sort of academic curriculum. So as I mentioned, right, so there is a full-time training program, okay, so graduation and post-graduation, if at all you are looking, you suppose they are full-time training programs, it's not part-time. So this full-time training program, so it again it again consists of about 4,500 hours of training. It's a classroom training, I mean theoretical training and practical training, and teachings will be there in the physical form. And then it is to be completed with a minimum of 3 professional examinations. They have to cross these 3 professional examinations from recognized Ayurvedic colleges or institutions. So it has to be followed by 1,000 hours of internship. So this is the standard curriculum, so which is standardized and which is being followed in the Ministry of Ayush. And this 4,500 plus 1,000, 5,500 hours of curriculum, if at all one individual, one foreign national, if at all they are completing, you suppose, then they will be eligible to get that undergraduate degree. And besides this, so full-time training program, so there is a limited education programs, training programs are also there, so which lead to post diploma, otherwise postgraduate diploma courses, or sometimes it may be tailor-made courses like Ayurveda therapist courses, like in Panchakarma courses, or so you can say Ayurveda dietetics courses, or Ayurveda self-healthcare courses, so etc. So such kind of courses, they are available. And besides that, Ministry of Ayush, so they have about 22 international institutional MOUs, memorandum of understandings. So they have for undertaking such kind of collaborative research activities, collaborative academic collaborative activities. And
Pardon, Dr. Ruknuddin, just wanted to let you know that our time is up. We are at time, in case you would want to take the last minute to complete.
Right. So all such kind of interesting individuals, so if anyone is interested, you suppose, so they can approach the respective embassies, or so they can have information on the website of the Ministry of Ayush. Alternatively, so they can write down to the International Cooperation Cell, so which is located in the Ministry of Ayush. And before concluding, so I would like to say that contribution of traditional systems of medicines in the healthcare, so it cannot be ignored by any nation. So considering the potential contributions of Ayush practices, WHO Director General Dr. Tedros Abraham, so he made the announcement to open WHO Global Center of Traditional Medicine in India to strengthen the evidence, to strengthen the evidences, to strengthen the researches, training, and awareness of traditional medicines, in a video message which was circulated last year. Of course, this is a landmark in the history of traditional systems of medicines, particularly for the Republic of India. Ayush, it has immense potential in prevention and management of various pathologies, and even we can see, so in very recent COVID manifestations also, it played a crucial role. So there are several leads in the works that have been done with traditional systems, particularly in the areas where there is no significant satisfactory management modalities are available in other systems of medicine. Thus, there is a need of the hour is to integrate the knowledge, integrate the skills, integration of the techniques, so that the potentiality of traditional systems so can be utilized across the globe, which further lead to globalization. So considering this multi-variant beneficial activities of traditional systems of medicines, holistic strategies combined with diet and lifestyle approaches in these traditional systems, all healthcare systems of the globe, they can join hands together, respecting fundamental principles of each others to develop a unique healthcare system. So this is what the need of the hour. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ruknuddin, for that amazing and very thorough and rich presentation. We will continue on with Professor Soon-Chu Kim, who's going to provide us with the last presentation for this panel, and then we will go on to question and answer after that.
Greetings, everyone. I'm currently the director of the Amyotrophic Lateral Sclerosis Center at Wongang University, Gwangju Korean Medical Hospital in South Korea. Today, I'm delighted to present my research articles to you. My topic is state of the art of TCIM education in the Republic of South Korea. Today's presentation will proceed in the following order. This picture is Wongang University, Gwangju Korean Medical Hospital with my ALS clinic. From now, I will be presenting about the introduction of Wongang University College of Traditional Korean Medicine and Hospitals Education. Wongang University College of TCIM, established in 1972, has been succeeded and developed Korean traditional medicine. It has been holding various academic seminars for 49 years with the goal of globalization and informatization of traditional medicine, publishing a collection of papers, exchanging domestic and foreign academic information, and promoting related projects with local governments to overcome incurable disease. Wongang University Gwangju Oriental Medicine Hospital is finding the new remedies for ALS and muscular dystrophy through the convergence of science and traditional Korean medicine under the slogan of "There is no permanently incurable disease." The strategy is to help the patients maintain the high quality of life through inhibition of worsening, reduction of symptoms, and physical strength enhancements by utilizing new acupuncture, herbal, and pharmacopuncture treatment. From now, I will be presenting you on the Korean traditional acupuncture education. Acupuncture is increasingly used worldwide because it is a simple and effective procedure that has less adverse effects than other forms of treatments, such as Western medicine. It is becoming more accepted by both patients and healthcare providers. Furthermore, many health education institutes are trying to make their curriculum more flexible and possible for the integration of basic acupuncture theory to clinical acupuncture education. However, there has been relatively less acupuncture education and training programs done in developing countries. Thus, it might be worth sharing my own experience regarding the issue. My presentation intends to introduce the contents of the education conducted at the Clinical Skills Center and example of actual skills. The left picture is the old acupuncture needle stored at the South Korea Museum that has been in use since 2000 years ago. And the right picture is the new acupuncture needle referred as to acupotomy, which has been developed and used more recently. The existing double-blind acupuncture needle, which has been developed so far, fails to blind the patient's perspective due to the skin puncture sensation in experienced patients. Kim-Sham acupuncture needle is what I invented to solve this problem of the existing double-blind acupuncture needle. Since Kim-Sham acupuncture needle for double-blindness is essential for the RCT research, it must be produced and used in clinical trials. It was the first made needle for the use of RCT research. The paper of Harvard Medical School's Blindness Symposium also cited it that the past existing double-blind needle cannot blind the experienced patients due to the non-sensation to punch skin of acupuncture treatment. It is the world's first paper to demonstrate the statistically significance of the restoring the normal facial temperature by comparing with the decrease in facial temperature using double-blind acupuncture needle caused by smoking. As you can see on the slide, this article have already been published at the SCI paper for Korean traditional acupuncture, Saham acupuncture. What is Korean Saham acupuncture therapy? Saham, a Korean Buddhist monk, provided basic acupuncture prescriptions to balance 12 meridian system. Point combination was made by the generating and controlling relationships based on 5 elementary theory. This method treats patients by stimulating acupoints below elbow and knees. This table shows the prescription of the Saham acupuncture. We can know mechanism of action of Saham acupuncture through somato-autonomic reflex to activation of parasympathetic nerve as acupuncture stimulating at the hindpaw acupoints. And I would like to introduce about the first anatomical meridian system found in Korea. What is the premovascular system? Premovascular system is an anatomical structure which is a network of ducts with fluid flowing in them. These ducts are called primo vessels, and these correspond to acupuncture meridians, and primo node, which correspond to acupoints. It was first discovered by Korean Bong-han Kim in the early 1960s. Its main function is to consider the maintenance of regeneration and immune homeostasis in human and animal bodies. As we can see in this photo, premovascular system is observed under the skin of the abdomen. It is very similar to the position where the CV meridian passes. From now, I will presenting you on the Korean acupuncture studies required courses. Applicants to the acupuncture studies program must have a basic science with acupoint theory and anatomy. All prerequisites must be completed prior to the first day of classes. In order to graduate from the acupuncture studies program, students are required to complete 90 credits. The program is designed to accomplish a total of 6 months. Acupuncture studies program courses split into 3 separate categories. Students in the program must take 54 credits in the Saham acupuncture medical theory and diagnosis and treatment technique category. 29 credits in the clinical training category, and 7 credits in the Korean traditional medical language and research category. The student must pass each course with 3 grades: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Beginner, intermediate, advanced 3-step learning process is required for the curriculum. In beginner course, we'll be learning about acupoint and meridians and learn the basic theory of some acupuncture in 2 months to attain basic clinical skill. In intermediate course, contain the contents of the law of some acupuncture in 2 months and learn the technique for the clinical symptoms. In advanced course in defense, the clinical technique and judicial application of the hook in the clinical passage in 2 months. It consists of a total of 6 months. The total credit required for Saham acupuncture education is 96 credits in total within theory, diagnosis, and treatment technique. There are 12 colleges of traditional Korean medicine in South Korea. Of the colleges, the Ongang University College of TCIM, to which I belong, has a 6-year interdisciplinary system and provides education on TCIM. The College of Korean Medicine is a 6-year interdisciplinary system and provides education on traditional Korean medicine and has been training for traditional medicine in South Korea. Education time for introduction of Korean medicine is total 18 hours. 50 hours for physiology theory of Korean medicine and 22 hours for pathology theory. 42 hours for diagnostic theory, 35 hours for the theory of meridian pathways and acupuncture points, 76 hours for understanding of acupuncture treatments, 109 hours for knowledge related to acupuncture treatments, 40 hours for acupuncture treatments of musculoskeletal disease, 60 hours for acupuncture treatments of internal medicine disease, 12 hours for acupuncture treatments of gynecological disease, 40 hours for acupuncture treatments of neuropsychiatric disease, 15 hours for acupuncture treatments of ophthalmology and otolaryngology disease, 30 hours for acupuncture treatments of dermatology disease. From now, I will be presenting you on the pharmacopuncture research and education. As you can see on the slide, this article have already been published at the SCI paper for Korean pharmacopuncture. Pharmacopuncture is a new acupuncture treatment in traditional Korean medicine, combining acupuncture based on the meridian theories and herbal medicine based on ghee and flavor theories. Pharmacopuncture injects herbal medicine extracts at acupuncture points related to disease, tender points, or positive reaction points based on meridian theory. Pharmacopuncture treats disease by regulating body function and improving the pathological condition of the body. Pharmacopuncture and studies of it have made great progress in Korea. Studies on bee venom pharmacopuncture and musculoskeletal disease accounted for most of the studies were reported during the review period. Research on the types of pharmacopuncture and disease has to be expanded. Many papers of experimental and clinical pharmacopuncture has been published increasingly from 1980 by years. Clinical studies of pharmacopuncture have been reported total 409 papers, and experimental studies of pharmacopuncture have been reported total 955 papers from 1998 to 2014 in South Korea. There are two types of pharmacopuncture in clinical practice for intern and resident education of our hospital, which are immune and regeneration pharmacopuncture. Future researches of pharmacopuncture will focus on developing immune pharmacopuncture with bee venom, scallop bandrid, and human placenta. And based on this, we will try to develop primo stem cell treatments using new scientific acupoint and meridian as primo vascular system to treat incurable disease. Biomarkers of embryonic stem cell is positive at primo cells. Primo cells do important role in regeneration. Immune drug development inhibit cell death. However, living cells increase regeneration of drug development. Cell balance always maintains homeostasis for well-being. Strong stimulation of limbs, like fishing during 30 minutes, using acupuncture affects activation of spreading sympathetic nerve and it decrease the blood flow. This will lead to the decrease of NK cell activation. However, stimulation within 20 minutes, there will be no response. Mild stimulation of limbs, such as bruising during 30 minutes, occurred no response in NK cell. Moderate stimulation of limbs using acupuncture occurred activation of NK cell. As we injected markers and the back of the acupoints on the mouse, we observed the stained internal organ by the markers. Red and blue color markers was found in various internal organs during 30 minutes. This is a new discovery of the method to deliver the drug from the skin acupoints to the internal organs. From now, I will be presenting you on the introduction of a new acupuncture device using ultrasound. Korean pharmacopotomy acupuncture is a new modern acupuncture therapy combining pharmacopuncture and acupotomy. Korean pharmacopotomy acupuncture will be widely used in the future, and this has all the safe and strong effectiveness. The ultrasound diagnostic device shown here is the world first ultrasound diagnostic device that maximizes treatment's impact and safety by clearly showing various structure, depths, and angles underneath the skin by pressing acupuncture needle. It is currently being used for students' education. As you can see here, after pharmacopotomy treatments, we can see hair growth around the two acupoints apart. Acupuncture is considered to be relatively safe, but without caution, it could have serious adverse events. This is one example. This person died due to acupuncture treatments in Japan. Hematoma has compressed the vagus nerve. Currently, this is the list of acupuncture-related adverse events: pneumothorax, chronic bronchitis, emphysema, perforation of the gallbladder, bowels and stomach, damage on peripheral lobes, vessels and other tissues, needling site pain and broken needle, infection events, and other advanced events, such as local allergy reaction, stroke, cardiac arrest, fever, shock, cough, sexual dysfunction, death. It can be seen that there are serious adverse events. We need to be aware of these adverse events when educating students. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sung-Chul Kim, for that amazing presentation. I know that I have a number of questions myself for all the presentations and have learned tremendously from each of the presenters. I'm going to go ahead and offer some questions. This first question is in general for the panel, and I'm going to break it into two questions because there's two components. So whoever might feel interested in answering. But the question is, how does education in traditional, complementary, and integrative medicines contribute to primary healthcare specifically? So that's the first part of the question. I don't know if there's anyone who wants to answer. Maybe Dr. Sung-Chul Kim, would you feel comfortable answering that question? How does the education in traditional, complementary, and integrative medicines impact primary healthcare?
I think, in fact, I worked my clinical field. There are many patients on primary healthcare for primary healthcare, and so using acupuncture therapy, there are treated many and various diseases for primary healthcare instead of Western medicine. And if the severe patients acquired our clinical field, we record the remedy, the chart, the severe patients with the record paper go to the second healthcare at the Western Medicine Hospital.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you for offering. It seems that the complement is very important because ultimately so many patients are presenting at the primary care level. And so to incorporate the acupuncture techniques as you've shared with us makes a lot of sense. Perhaps I'll offer the second part of the question to Dr. Ruknudin. And the second part of the question was, how does training in traditional, complementary, and integrative medicines impact our ability to attain the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals? And also, Dr. Mao, if you would like to answer that as well. We'll go ahead with Dr. Ruknudin. We'll go ahead with you, Dr. Mao, since I see that you are unmuted. Please go right ahead.
Dr. Scarlett, shall I address
yes,
the
please.
previous
yes,
question?
While Dr. Mao is working on her mic.
Before Mao come in. So you were asking about the contribution of traditional systems of medicines. So in primary healthcare, right? So that was the first question. So yeah, I was addressing that question. Of course, so if at all you are looking into this Indian scenario, you suppose particularly Ayurveda. So it's a comprehensive natural healthcare system, and it is being widely practiced in Indian scenario, and particularly in the case of primary healthcare. So its interest is it is growing worldwide as well, and it has unique concepts and unique methodologies to address what I can say. So healthcare issues throughout the course of life, and from pregnancy to infant to the so geriatric disorders. So it has its own approach, and of course, rejuvenating practices. So they are also well explained when in comprehensive description. It is available in this system of medicine, and biopurification procedures are there, so which have been mentioned in this classical literature. So which are familiarly known as panchakarma procedure, the five so basic treatment modalities, treatment strategies. It has been mentioned that they remove the toxins from the body, and and then they are effective. So their effectiveness in treating various diseases is well documented. Pilot studies. So they presented about the beneficiary effects of these Ayurveda treatment approaches in various disease conditions, starting from depression to anxiety to sleep disorders to hypertension to diabetes mellitus and Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's disease. So huge number of documentations they are available, and few of the databases I showed in my some of the slides. So those links are there. So if at all you are clicking, if at all you are accessing so those links, you suppose you will get huge amount of information regarding so these procedures, how these traditional systems of medicines they can contribute in global health, particularly as you asked in cases of primary healthcare. So you can get that information. It's a huge amount of information it is available. If at all you are looking towards so my hospital, you suppose, which is one of the tertiary healthcare center, Ayurveda tertiary healthcare center. So where approximately about 1,500 patients we used to visit. They used to visit in a single day, and there are diabetic OPD clinics are there with us, hypertension OPDs are there, geriatric OPDs are there with us, menopausal OPDs are there, and obesity so clinics are there with us. So tremendous. Huge amount of contribution. So at least I'm only exclusively speaking about Ayurveda. Of course, for Siddha system of medicine, for Unani system of medicine also. So there are such kind of evidences that have been generated, so which is contributing immensely in this primary healthcare system. Thank you so much.
And Dr. Mao, I don't know if you would like to offer any thoughts on the how the training in traditional and complementary and integrative medicines impacts primary care, and or the second part of the question, which was our attainment of the UN's 2030 Sustainable Development Goals.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Oh, sorry. Sorry, my microphone has some problem. Well, yeah, sorry. It's very nice meeting. So I just want to talk. So you know, I'm working in the China Academic of Chinese Medicine Science. So so my job, my main work is focused on the continuing education of TCIM. So I just want to say something about the education for the the doctor or the researcher who is working on the TCM. Now we are doing like some program. So I think the program on continuing education is very important for the doctors who want to focus on what they were doing in the clinic, who want to improve their clinic skills. So and now we are doing more very so now we're doing more like talent training projects. I think it's very important. So it can intended to build a high level talent team for TCM. So I hope it can be the like the futures the futures more like very important project. So to do in the future for the whole like TCM countries.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, it's perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Mao. It does sound like the talent preparation is very well thought out and really has tremendous potential. We have a couple more questions in a few minutes. So I wanted to ask, and actually, Dr. Ruknudin, I see that you unmuted yourself. Were you going to offer an answer? I want to make sure that I don't miss any pearls you might have to offer.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking about, I mean, how these traditional systems of medicines can contribute in SDGs, right?
Yes.
Of course, Dr. Mao also she offered her answer, but
yes.
The thing is, as I mentioned in some of at one point of my presentation, that SDG 3, so that I mean, health, if at all we are considering, you suppose it has been mentioned in that document that ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being at all ages is essential in sustainable development goals. Okay, so that was mentioned over there, and currently, as I mentioned, as the document mentions, the world is facing a global health crisis. And there are various numbers of otherwise multiple pathologies, multiple non-communicable diseases for which significant satisfactory treatment modalities are not available at multiple levels, and in multiple medical treatment modalities it may not be available. So in such cases, I mean, considering the leads that are being generated from the traditional systems of medicines, particularly in such kind of areas where there is no significant satisfactory management modality is available, in such cases, if at all, okay, so if at all we are integrating, you suppose, if at all we are integrating the knowledge, the traditional knowledge, if at all it is integrating with the conventional knowledge, and if at all we are integrating all the skills which are there in between the individuals, and if at all we are integrating all these techniques, you suppose, so then I mean one potential so traditional potential system, okay, so we can generate, so that one globe, one health system, so if at all we are developing, you suppose. So I feel so we need to, even at the same time, of course it becomes very difficult, and it's a huge task to, if at all one has to develop such kind of one health system across the globe, you suppose, okay, so it's a huge task, so it's not so easy, because there are many challenges. So if at all we want to integrate, okay, so these systems, it's a huge task, because the fundamental principles of conventional systems is entirely different, and the concepts of the traditional systems, okay, so it is again, so it is also, it is entirely different. So that's why, so it becomes a difficult task to define a roadmap and to develop methodologies of integration. But if the authorities, governments and authorities, WHO and other regional, offices, okay, so of WHO, if at all they are coming forward with a vision to, to develop one globe and one healthcare system, we suppose. So that will be, I feel, okay, so that will be a significant contribution of
Thank
all these
you.
healthcare systems, I feel so.
Thank you, Dr. Ruknudin. We are unfortunately at time. There were a couple more questions that perhaps we can try and answer in the chat. There has been such a richness of sharing, and I know for myself that I have learned tremendously from each one of you. I have many questions for each of you, and I hope that all the attendees are able to gather all of the wisdom that has been shared, and that we can continue these conversations going forward, given the complexity of the subject that we have.
That Scarlett, and if you permit, so what I can say is, if at all the time is not permitting, so I have
Yes,
I can offer that, okay, so that mail address is there with you, so any interested, so they can drop a mail to me. If at all it is falling into my area, you suppose, definitely I will be answering to them.
That's magnificent. Thank you so much, Dr. Ruknudin. That's wonderful. And so I imagine that the technical support team has your email address. There were a couple of questions about, for you specifically, about whether courses could be virtual, and also what credentials are needed. So that would be great. And we are going into an active pause with Roxana Pacheco. That's our next activity. So stay tuned, everybody, and enjoy the active pause. And thank you again to Dr. Sung-Chul Kim, to Dr. Chaui Mao, and thank you so much for coming and for the question and answer, and to Dr. Galib Ruknudin.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bienvenidos a la pausa activa de Susukma Vyayama. Susukma Vyayama significa ejercicio sutil. Estos ejercicios son de relajación y van a ayudar a que partes de nuestro cuerpo vayan liberando la tensión muscular.
These are exercises to free our muscular tension. We will start by the head. We will put our head at the same position as our shoulders, and we put our hands on our waist. We start to inhale and move our head in this way. We have to align our backbone. Then we exhale slowly and take our chin to the chest. If you work a lot with your phone or your computer, perhaps you have pain there. You inhale and focus, extend your neck and your hands on your waist. Exhale through your nose. And again, your chin to the breast or to the chest. Inhale through your nose, extend your neck to the back. Exhale through your nose and take your chin to your chest. Very well. We'll see that every time we do this, it'll be less painful and you will feel lighter. Then we will do so laterally. Inhale, and when you exhale, you turn to the left. You extend your neck as much as possible. You inhale and look at the front. You exhale and turn to your right. We work with all of our muscles and extend our neck as much as possible. Our breathing is always through the nose. I inhale, looking at the front, and then while I exhale, I turn around to the left. I inhale, I look at the front, I exhale, and I turn to the right. Very well. We make one more round. I inhale, look at the front. I exhale, turn around to the left. I inhale and look at the front. Exhale, and I turn to the right. Very well. This preliminary practice has quick effects in our body. Let's continue. We inhale, and when we exhale, I'm going to take my left ear to my left shoulder. You don't need to touch your shoulder, but you stretch and feel. You inhale, look at the front, and while exhaling, you approach your right ear to your right shoulder. You inhale, look at the front. You exhale and take your left ear to your left shoulder. Inhale, look at the front. Exhale through the nose. Right ear to right shoulder. This will help us to work the lateral muscles of our head and the neck. Inhale, look at the front. Exhale, left ear to left shoulder. I inhale, look at the front. I exhale, right ear to right shoulder. Very well. I feel lighter, more relaxed on my head and neck. To finish my head and neck work, we're going to inhale, and when we exhale, I'll take my chin to the chest. While I inhale, I will rotate my neck to the left, extending it to the back. And from there, I exhale, rotating my neck and continuing the movement until I take my chin to my chest again. And then we do the opposite movement. Inhaling, we rotate our neck to the back until we extend our neck. You exhale. You continue the rotating movement until you take your chin to your chest. We continue to the left. Inhale, extend, rotate your head. Exhale, and take your chin to the chest. Vice versa to the right. Inhale, extend your neck. Exhale, and take your chin to the chest. One complete round more. Inhale, extend my neck. Exhale, and take the chin to your chest. Again, I inhale, extend my neck, exhale, and take your chin to the chest. Very well, I can move and perceive that I am lighter in this area, and I'll feel lighter. Now, we're going to inhale, extending our hands like this, and we're going to stretch our shoulders, stretch our hands very straight. I extend my body as much as possible to work on my shoulders and on all my body. We take our hands down, and here I will take my the tip of my fingers to my shoulders, and then I start inhaling, taking the shoulders to the front. I inhale, I separate the elbows backwards and downwards, and we will make 3 rounds of this. Inhale, separate elbows to the back and down. Excellent. One more round. I inhale, separate my elbows to the back and downwards, and exhale. Now we're going to do the opposite. I inhale and take my elbows backwards and upwards, and while I exhale, my elbows go to the front and downwards. Then I inhale again, elbows back and up, exhale, elbows to the front and downwards. Once more, I inhale, my elbows are back and up, and then exhale, and they are frontward and downward. We're going to make the Katika Krasana movement. In Katika Krasana, we're going to inhale, taking our hand to our shoulders. And while I exhale, I will rotate to the left from my hips, knees, arms, neck, and head. I will take all my body backwards, and I'll keep there 5 seconds, inhaling and exhaling just through the nose. Slowly, during inhalation, we're going to come back. We exhale, and I can feel that the left part of my body is lighter. And I will go to the right area. Inhale, hands at the height of your shoulders. And while you exhale, you take all of your body backwards, all your body, hips, knees, back, shoulders, head, neck, extended arms. I'll keep there for 5 seconds. 5 seconds. And slowly I go back. And inhale. Very well. I drop my arm slowly, and I can perceive that my neck, my head, and my shoulders are lighter, and that my body is more flexible. Now I'll take my hands to my waist, and I'll make circular movements where all the hips generate movement. 5 on one side, and then 5 on the other side. Your hips are an important part of our bodies, and we always have to keep them healthy in our minds. Now we're going to take our hands on the knees, and we will make circular movements from outside to inside. 5 on one side and 5 on the other side. Very good. Now, we put our knees together and we take our hands to our knees and we make 5 movements on one side, circular movements, and then 5 on the other side. Very well. We can now feel the difference in all of our body. To finish, we're going to put the tip of our toe on the floor and make circular movements to the front, 5, and 5 to the back. Then we go to the other foot, 5 circular movements forward and 5 circular movements backward. Now we can feel our body much more relaxed and flexible. Thank you very much.
Próxima actividad va a ser el doctor Ton Nicolai.
Hello, good morning. We're going to introduce our next activity from EuroCom, United European Organizations, on the section of Traditional, Complementary, and Integrative Medicine.
Dr. Ton Nicolai started his
Dr. Ton Nicolai,
GP in Rotterdam in the Netherlands. He's a coordinator and spokesman of EuroCam. EuroCam unites the European umbrella organizations of patients, physicians, and practitioners in the CAM sector and seeks to influence the decisions making of the European institutions to support and provide the means for the integration of CAM into European healthcare systems. Thank you and welcome, Dr. Tom Nicolai.
Hello, I'm Dr. Ton Nicolai, representing EuroCam, the one and only European organization uniting patients, medical doctors, veterinarians, and other health practitioners in the sector of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. I would like to thank the Medical College of Peru for their invitation to speak at this Second World Summit. It's a real honor for me to be here with you. The subject of my presentation is the inclusion of integrative medicine in European healthcare systems and the way EuroCam's advocacy work can help. So I'll move to the next slide. I would like to start with a few definitions: traditional medicine, complementary medicine. Traditional medicine, most of you, of course, know, is, for instance, Chinese medicine, Japanese medicine, Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, etc. Complementary medicine encompasses all healing methods that do not belong to mainstream biomedicine in the Western world. Actually, traditional medicine and complementary medicine overlap, and WHO uses the term traditional and complementary medicine, TCIM. And what is integrative medicine? You know that integrative medicine originated as a response by some academic health centers to the growing demand for TCIM among citizens. In the middle, you can see the official definition of integrative medicine. Principles are, for instance, the partnership between patient and practitioner, all factors that influence health, well-being, wellness, and disease, including mind, body, and spirit, have to be considered. The body's innate healing capacity is to be facilitated, and preference is to be given to less invasive and less harmful interventions. The term TCIM, Traditional, Complementary, and Integrative Medicine, is increasingly used by WHO. You can see it on their website. This is a part of their website that I have included here in this slide. So, and what about EuroCam? I already told you that EuroCam is a European organization that represents both patients and health professionals. We represent around 60,000 organized patients, about 250 national TCIM associations, and a substantial part of the around 400,000 TCIM health professionals in this sector in Europe. Our main aim is to promote the contribution of TCIM to sustainable patient-centered healthcare. And that means that we seek to promote and facilitate its role in maintaining citizens' health, to highlight the health promotion and illness prevention aspects of TCIM for the health policy and programs of the European Union. And we seek to advance the accessibility, affordability, and availability of TCIM and promote the inclusion of TCIM in healthcare systems. What are the TNCM therapies in Europe? This is a list, you can see them. These are the most common TNCM therapies in Europe. There are some others that are of minor importance. TNCM is a societal phenomenon in the whole Western world. You have to realize that biomedicine is standard medicine in the Western world, and TNCM is a growing phenomenon related to an increasing personal responsibility of European citizens for their own health. These citizens prefer a more holistic view of health and healing, not just managing symptoms, and they prefer more gentle therapies, and they are dissatisfied with conventional biomedicine, its unpleasant side effects, also the treatment that can be ineffective for their own medical condition, and of course the long-term or even lifelong drug regimens. 1 out of every 2 European citizens use TNCM, either by seeing a professional or using over-the-counter medicinal products in this area. And up to 90% of people with chronic conditions use TNCM. The majority of EU citizens would like their conventional MDs, their general practitioners, to be more supportive of TNCM and also more knowledgeable about it. These are some figures that are not up to date. They are from 2014, from a report, the Cumbrella report. So that's about 7 years ago that we had around 150,000 MDs with an additional qualification in TNCM. So in fact, integrative medicine doctors, at that time, they were not called like that, but in fact they are. And some figures for acupuncture, homeopathy, and naturopathy I've mentioned here. And at that time, there were over 180,000 TNCM practitioners without the full medical education. And as a comparison, I put here some figures of mainstream medical specialists, and you can see that there are more doctors in Europe that practice acupuncture than there are ENT specialists, gastroenterologists, and neurologists together. So quite impressive, these figures, I think. And these figures are even higher nowadays, I assume. There are increasing numbers of GPs who refer patients to TNCM professionals. There are increasing numbers of hospitals providing integrative healthcare, mostly outpatients. And there are professorial chairs in TNCM or in integrative medicine in several countries, and there are familiarization courses in the undergraduate medical curricula in many European universities. In 2013, the percentage was about 40%. If we have take a look at the European region, the WHO European region, which is much larger of course, than the European Union. Then we have about 53 countries, of which 1/3 have TNCM legislation, and about the same number, a little bit less, 30% have regulations on individual TNCM therapies, for instance, only osteopathy or only acupuncture or something like that. This legislation and regulations are rather fragmented. They vary from one country to another. They are not harmonized. Every country has tried to reinvent the wheel. There is no harmonized regulations of the qualifications of professionals either, and there is a lack of availability of medicinal products in this area in many EU member states. In spite of EU regulation, there is regulation on herbal and on homeopathic medicinal products, but it is up to the member states, the individual countries, to transpose this regulation of the EU into national regulation and to register these medicinal products in their country. There are quite a few of obstacles to the acceptance of TNCM in Europe. You have to realize that in Europe, biomedicine is mainstream. That is, in fact, medicine, or conventional medicine as it is called. And European health authorities cannot easily see that biomedicine just uses a particular model of health and disease, and that there are other models as well. And there is ignorance, there is bias, there is reluctance to overtly support TNCM among many European policymakers. So there are quite some obstacles to overcome. Still, we are working. We engage with WHO, with the European Parliament, European Commission, ECDC, the HMPC, at EMA, the European Public Health Alliance, and EU for Health Civil Society Alliance. I will go a little bit more in depth about these NGOs we are engaging with. We are a partner of the EU for Health Civil Society Alliance, which is a group of 18 European and global health NGOs in Brussels. And this alliance calls on the European Commission and the Council of the European Union to do more for health. We are a member of the European Public Health Alliance, which is the main lobbying organization in Brussels in the area of public health. And this organization brings together several public health organizations, but also organizations of health professionals, patients groups, academic groupings, etc. We take part in their policy coordination. We take part in some working groups that are of relevance to our community. The working group on AMR and on access to medicines. Something about the EU institutions. The main institutions are the European Commission, European Parliament, and the Council of the European Union. The European Commission is the executive branch of the European Union. So it is responsible for proposing legislation, but also it is the main institution that manages the day-to-day business of the EU. This is their building, and their building houses all these commissioners. There are a whole bunch of them. The most important one for us is Commissioner Stella Kyriakidis from Cyprus. She is the Commissioner for Health. The Commission has several Director Generals, so-called, that's the way it is termed. Directors General can be compared with ministries. The main DG for us is DG for Health. So we have meetings with officials there, and we also take part in their policy platform. It is a sort of tool to be in constant contact among stakeholders in the public health area with the Commission to talk about proposals of the European Commission and to give input into that. Other DGs that are important for us is DG Research, Agriculture, and we always respond if it is related to our own policy, of course, to public consultations of the European Union, a public consultation or a green paper or a white paper, and we respond by giving our position to their proposals. Then I have to get the next slide. Yes, there it is. The European Parliament, it is the institution that is directly elected by the population. It adopts European legislation together with the Council of the European Union. This is a part of their building with the flags. It's an old photograph because the Union Jack is also visible here. And in the European Parliament, there are several political parties from left to right, and the main parties for us are Social Democrats, Christian Democrats, Liberals, and Greens. So we have contact with members of these different parties. European Parliament has standing committees, as they call it, and the most important standing committee for us is the ENVI committee, the Committee on the Environment, Public Health and Food Safety. So the most relevant members of the Parliament are those members who are also member of the ENVI committee. 2 years ago, the ENVI committee, together with Eurocam, organized a workshop on CAM for patients And here you can see the panel, someone from WHO, someone from Director General for Health, a researcher, some members of the parliament, and this is me also as a panelist. In the parliament, we have set up an interest group on integrative medicine and health, together with some members of the European Parliament. The EuroCam is running its secretariat, the secretariat of this interest group. And this group is a sort of forum for discussion and action with all stakeholders regarding integrative medicine and health. It is about raising awareness of integrative medicine and its contribution to more sustainable healthcare systems and to a more holistic approach to health. And the focus is on integration of TCIM modalities into the health systems of the member states and to protect and promote citizens' rights to choose their own healthcare. We are holding a few events every year to discuss the integration of TCIM and biomedicine, with a specific focus on some of the challenges that affect the EU health system, such as antimicrobial resistance, chronic diseases, including cancer, aging population, and high healthcare costs. And we propose and undertake legislative and political initiatives to promote integrative medicine and health, and promote and support research into integrative medicine. And another aim of this interest group is to establish a dialogue with Commission and Council on these matters. Last year, we had an event in which a speaker gave a presentation on integrative medicine and health. What is it all about? There was a presentation on a network of hospitals that offer an integrative approach in the treatment of cancer patients, and there was a presentation about non-antibiotic treatment of infections as a way to reduce the problem of AMR. And just 2 months ago, we had an event on integrative oncology. What is integrative oncology? What is its evidence base? There were reports from academic integrative oncology centers across Europe. There was a presentation about collaboration between universities, clinics, and the government in Germany, and we had a great number of live stream viewers, not only in Europe but even in countries in other continents. The Council of the European Union, that is, in fact, the ministers from each EU country, and they amend and adopt laws, and together with the European Parliament, it is the main decision-making body of the European Union. This is its building in Brussels. It is less easy to influence the Council of the European Union because in that case we have to ask the national TCIM associations to influence the experts of the working parties to influence the representatives, the national representatives in the Council, and the EU ministers in the Council, and that is a quite complex procedure, I must say. A few years ago, 3 years ago, we organized a conference on reducing the need for antibiotics and the contribution of TCIM, and there were several researchers that presented the scientific evidence for the effectiveness of TCIM treatments for respiratory tract infections. It was funded by the JPIAMR, which is a conglomerate of national health research institutes. We showed that the use of effective and safe non-antibiotic treatments of infections is a good strategy to support the appropriate use of antibiotics as a part of the One Health approach and to reduce the problem of AMR. This is the report from that conference. And last but not least, we engage with the World Health Organization. As far as the headquarters is concerned, we liaise with the TCI unit in Geneva, which is led by Dr. Jiang Qi. You may know that the World Health Assembly adopted several resolutions that call on the member states to integrate TNCM in their national healthcare systems, and we encourage national TNCM organizations to call on their national governments to implement these World Health Assembly resolutions. And of course, we promote the publications, the important publications of WHO, such as the Traditional Medicine Strategy and the Global Report on Traditional and Complementary Medicine that was published 2 years ago. These are the front covers of these reports. You know them, I suppose. Apart from WHO headquarters, we liaise with the regional office of WHO, the regional office for Europe. And we are, since last year, accredited as a non-state actor officially. This global report of WHO shows that Europe is quite lagging behind compared to other countries in the WHO European region as far as recognizing the role of TNCM in their national health systems. So that means that there is quite some need for more advocacy work in Europe. And then last but not least, I would like to show you a supportive statement by the Director General of the WHO, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus. It is in the foreword of this global report that I just showed. He said, countries aiming to integrate the best of TNCM and conventional medicine would do well to look not only at the many differences between the two systems, but also at areas where both converge to help tackle the unique health challenges of the 21st century. In an ideal world, traditional medicine would be an option offered by a well-functioning, people-centered health system that balances curative services with preventive care. So we are very happy with the support from WHO in our aim to get a better position for traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine in Europe. So I thank you very much for your attention. You can find us on www.cam-europe.eu. Thank you for your attention and all the best.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tony Nicolai, for that great synopsis of the inclusion of integrative medicine in European healthcare systems. Up next, we have a panel, the second panel, and that this is going to be education of TCIM providers in Europe, Western Pacific region, and Africa. It is our aim with this to share experiences in the current status of education in TCIM providers in Europe, in Western Pacific, in the Africa region. First up, we have Dr. Ursula Wolf. She is the chair of ISCMR, International Society for Traditional, Complementary, and Integrative Medicine Research in Switzerland. Her work has received funding support through the Swiss National Science Foundation. Please welcome Dr. Ursula Wolf. And then after that, the second panel would be Dr. Alejandra Menaza de Lucia. Es una licenciada en Medicina y Cirugía por la Universidad de Alcalá de Henares.
She's licensed in medicine and surgery by the University of Alcalá de Henares with a specialty in internal medicine. And the next one would be Dr. John Wardle.
Is actively involved in the research and policy in public health and integrative medicine. He leads several World Federation of Public Health Associations, Pan America Health Organization, World Health Organization initiatives on integrative medicine. He is passionate about protecting and embracing tradition knowledge and fostering innovative research, and believes that by combining both optimal public health outcomes can be achieved. And lastly, but not least, our panelists will be Professor Motlalepula Gilbert Matsabisa, and he is the Department of Pharmacology, Faculty of Health Sciences, the Republic of South Africa. He is passionate for science research, teaching, and training of students, scientists, and community development. Welcome, and thank you so much for being with us here today.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I will share my screen. Okay. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And I suppose that you can see my screen and hear me well. Yeah, this is, I will talk about the education of traditional, complementary and integrative medicine providers and the experience we have had during the last years in Switzerland. Traditional, complementary and integrative medicine is widespread around the globe, and I just want to point out that the terms are different upon the regions. And we have complementary integrative medicine in Europe, North America, but they are also used the terms traditional, for example, in Asia, Africa, and Persia. And then there's also used traditional and complementary and integrative medicine, for example, in Latin America. That is just really important to know for mutual understanding if we want really to have conversation around the globe. And there are many traditional, complementary and integrative medicine methods, but there is a common ground, and that is that TCIM is about the whole person healing and whole system healthcare. When we talk about integrative medicine, I have here translated it, we mean that we combine conventional medicine and complementary medicine to bring it to an integrative medicine where conventional and complementary medicine are really combined synergistically. And just a bit of a history in Switzerland so that you probably can a bit better understand the situation in Switzerland. We have in Switzerland a direct democracy, which means that we can have a political initiative or a referendum. That means that we also have a public vote, and the referendum has to pass also the majority approval from the Council of the State. But it means that people, if they want something, they can select signatures, and then there is an initiative, and then there is a popular vote about that. And by that, we can do in Switzerland changes in the federal constitution. So this exactly happened 2005. There was an initiative and it was called Yes for Complementary Medicine, because many people in Switzerland felt that the government should do more for complementary medicine. And this initiative had a broad support. It was medical doctor, naturopath, nurses, pharmacists, pharmaceutical industry, patient organization, and others. And here were the core claims. And it was also aimed for a change in the federal constitution. I will come back to the core claims a bit later. So the most important is that in 2009, there was this vote in the Swiss population, and almost 70% of the voters of the Swiss population voted yes. This means in favor of the change of the constitution. And then there was a change, and this was now the sentence that was added to the constitution was: the federal government of Switzerland, as well as the government of each individual state, will take into consideration an implementation of complementary medicine within their legal frames of authorities. Now, coming back to the topic of this presentation. So what does this mean for education? You see here again the core claims, and I just want to point out these. So within the core claims was that we should have in Switzerland federal diploma for naturopaths and therapists. For the physicians, it was already established. And then also that the integration of education in complementary and integrative medicine. And in Switzerland, complementary and integrative medicine is practiced by physicians, therapists, and nurses. So coming to the education and training for physicians. Physicians in Switzerland who are doing also complementary and integrative medicine, they have passed the double education and training. They have passed the university conventional medical studies, and they additionally have an education and a training in complementary and integrative medicine. This training is within and mainly about outside the universities. And if physicians do complementary and integrative medicine services that who have this training, that is as the expenses of the basic health insurance. That means that these services and also the medications is fully covered by the basic health insurance in Switzerland. And in Switzerland, every single person has a basic health insurance. What is also important is that we have federal diplomas. Of course, the conventional medicine specialist title, and then we have complementary and integrative medicine diploma. And both of these are issued by the same institution, which is the Swiss Institute for Further and Continuing Education, which means it's the same federal institution issuing the diploma for conventional medicine and also for complementary and integrative medicine. And of course, once you have this diploma, you also have to have continued education to keep your title. And so far, we have 4 disciplines in the basic health insurance. This is anthroposophic medicine, classic homeopathy, phytotherapy, and traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture. But this is open also to other disciplines. So if other disciplines say we develop a curriculum, and if this is acknowledged and tested by the regulatory bodies, then they can also come into this group. So the training and education for the physicians outside, sorry, this title is wrong, it should be outside the universities. We have for that professional complementary and integrative medical societies. It takes about 2 or 3 years, and it is 360 hours face-to-face course. That means this is just the face-to-face course. Of course, there are practical courses or also internships, and there is also a system with mentor and mentee. And you see we have several professional complementary and integrative medicine medical societies. Exactly. I'm coming back. This title should now be within the universities. I apologize. So within the universities in general in Switzerland, we have introductory lectures, we have courses at universities, we have also training courses at universities, and also complementary and integrative medicine is mentioned in the catalog of learning objectives, and the students are enabled to learn about complementary and integrative medicine and to counsel further patients in an evidence-based manner about different CIM modalities. And that is also in line with the Swiss Medical Student Association. This association was also consulted prior to bringing this to the universities. So I just have a few examples. This is the first University of Bern, that is my university. We have mandatory courses and lectures for human medicine, dentistry, and pharmacy. And we do lectures, seminars, and practical courses. And we teach in phytotherapy, homeopathy, anthroposophic medicine, and traditional Chinese medicine. We also have in the same disciplines optional courses. We do master, doctoral, and PhD thesis. It is also possible that the students do internship at our clinic. And besides teaching the complementary and integrative medicine, for me, it is important that we really encourage the students to train in a holistic perception and thinking and to form their own opinions. And also with having that, to encourage them to participate in scientific academic discussions. So at the University of Lausanne, there's also teaching of complementary and integrative medicine for medical students. You see they have different things. They have courses, basic concept and examples. Then they have optional courses, including for the nursing students. You can also do an internship, and they also have master thesis, and they also have some courses and for the postgraduate students. Also at the University of Basel, you can see in the bachelor studies and also in the master studies, there is introductory courses and there are also optional courses. And at the University of Basel, they also have CIM courses in pharmacy. The University of Fribourg, that's in the French-speaking part of Switzerland. They also have introduction for all the students. This is mandatory. And then they have also optional courses where they have lectures about homeopathy, anthroposophic medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, mindfulness, hypnosis, Tai Chi, Qigong, naturopathy, and herbal medicine. You see, this is a very broad offer. And right now they are developing a new curriculum for complementary and integrative medicine, where they want to have more practical courses and more seminars. Then we have education for nurses. There we have different options for education and training. And there are several offers from anthroposophic medicine. And that is because nursing is an integral part of anthroposophic medicine. And also for nurses, there is a structured and modular curriculum. And there are several institutions that offer these curricula. Then we have education for complementary and integrative medicine for therapists. There we also have different options. They are also structured curricular, and we have these federal diplomas. And here I have put this is in Italian, because as you probably know, in Switzerland, we have 3 languages. This is German, French, and Italian. And you see that we can do this training and education. It can be done in all the 3 languages. And the therapists, they have usually to do, depending on what they learn, whether they do Ayurvedic or whether they do a massage type or some other body-orientated complementary integrative medicine. They also have to learn conventional medicine. I said depending on the method, this is 200 to 600 hours, where they have all the basis from conventional medicine, and then they have the KIM specific hours. And these hours means this is just the face-to-face training. Of course, they also have to have internships and internships or also being with a mentor and a mentee. So coming to our experiences, yes, we have the education and the continuing training for the physicians, in human medicine, dentistry, and pharmacy. We also have it for the therapists and the nurses. We have the education at universities. We have the education and continued training by the complementary and integrative medicine professional societies. And we have federal diplomas in Switzerland. And by this, we really, I don't mean it in a self-congratulating way, but we have a high quality in the education and continued training in Switzerland. And we have generally a very good experience with the education and continued training programs. And also the KIM education and training, it is well received by the students. I must say, of course, not by all the students, but by many students, the population and the patients. But still, not everything is as good as it could be. So we still have a road ahead to improve the complementary and integrative medicine education and training to better serve our patients. And with this, I thank you for listening, and I have time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wolf, for that presentation, very informative. We will have time for questions at the end, so certainly we'll circle back. Next up, we have Dr. Alejandra Menaza de Lucia.
Hola, buenas tardes. Estoy muy agradecida de esta invitación a participar en la segunda conferencia.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm very thankful for participating in the second summit on traditional, complementary, and towards integrative medicine. And I'm very happy with this towards because that's something we're trying to do. It's very important to be on the way. I will talk about educational experiences on MTCI, our TCIM in Spain. When a clinician was interrogated by one of his students, and I won't have any slides because I'd like to have a face-to-face contact, a closer contact with you. Well, he said that all doctors, when one of his students, one of his pupils asked him what book he should read to be a better doctor, he said that he should read Shakespeare. That's what we integrative doctors should be. In 2017, the Spanish Society of TCIM was bold enough to choose someone like that. And I'm also an internist and psychoanalyst. So I started this chair in 2017. The society had been created in 2014. Its creation was a very important milestone and a first link to have a work instrument to make strides in integrative medicine. This new paradigm had a hostile context at that time. In proposing the different activities of integrative medicine. In 2012, in the second journey in Spain, and this is a new reference in Spain, there was a conference that was called Integrative Medicine in Spain, and there we talked about problems and conflicts that this integrative medicine had for its development. And I think some are universal problems. Those problems had centrifugal and centripetal forces, those that came from inside and outside of the movement. On the one hand, professionals that were integrative, supposedly, but didn't follow medical ethics, and they damaged the image of the entire movement. On the other hand, those who from outside, because they were afraid about new things and because of economic interest, opposed to the growth of integrative medicine. We have to assume that in every growth, there's opposition. But there are favorable forces too. Not everybody is an opponent. And these are from professionals who rigorously make intense educational efforts. They exercise respectfully towards patients and see patients more globally, including psychic, physical, and social aspects, following the precautionary principle. Concerning risks and treatments for patients. Despite this effort, and in honesty, we need an integrative medicine, we have to say that many have lacks when they tackle with psychological aspects in patients. We have heard many times in integrative medicine that we have to tackle with psychological aspects of the patient together with physical and social aspects. Even some authors talk about spiritual aspects. To tackle with these psychological aspects, if we talk about education and training, there is much educational lack. We are not prepared in this area in our universities. There is very certain science in reading and transforming unconscious processes, and this is psychoanalysis that is totally ignored, and oftentimes esotericism is used to explain things that are actually explained by a logical and structured system of psychoanalysis. And there are patients that are critical about medicine. They say medicine doesn't look at their eyes. The editor of the HEMA journal, who had a cancer, said in an editorial that his oncologist was perfect technically, but never looked at his eyes. So we medicate people and we don't change their lifestyles oftentimes. And this refers to the right role of drugs to improve the patient's conditions. The ENSA survey on the national health status in Spain from the Ministry of Health, Consumption and Social Welfare reached the conclusion that average user of alternative medicine is a middle-aged woman with university studies. So this is a profile of person that uses alternative medicine mostly. Today, I wanted to say that iatrogeny is assumed in medicine. As you know, drugs are an important cause of mortality. And iatrogeny is assumed in current medicine is unacceptable. It's like the health operation for the breast cancer. I don't know if you know about this episode at a certain point of medicine. It was a very aggressive surgery, and we thought the more aggressive the surgery was, the best was the prognosis of patients. The entire breast and some ribs were mutilated until someone said stop and proposed a clinical trial to show if really minimally invasive surgeries, smaller surgeries, showed higher mortality. And of course, the ones that were submitted to a greater mutilation died in higher numbers. Aren't we doing the same thing with massive vaccination against SARS-CoV-2? Are all these secondary effects assumable? I'm just asking. Guillain-Barré, deaths, a non-negligible number of deaths. So I wonder, why don't we emphasize to teach the people to improve their immune system, eat healthily, change their lifestyle, and use other elements in the traditional complementary integrative medicine to improve their lifestyles and their immune system, educating patients as main actors of their health is a necessary task of integrative medicine. Doctors and their clinic are, doctors' education and their clinic are very much related. It's fundamental. It's central if we want to change a paradigm. In Spain, our government has education related to protection of patients, and they're only interested in preserving patients for making them perennial consumers of pharmaceuticals. The Spanish state budgeted more than 1 million euros in its law against what it called pseudotherapies. And Dr. Isabel Giral in Brussels in the European Parliament defended the fundamental role of integrative medicine for building our health and the unconstitutional character of this law. The list of pseudotherapies that the Spanish government mixed molecular medicine with angel therapy. I have nothing against angels, but I know that they have not obtained Nobel Prizes like Nus Pauli did with its molecular medicine with his paper on vitamin B3, sorry, and that some consider are fundamental. So medicine is a science of sciences. It requires physics, chemistry, mathematics to be made up. This is why when some irrogate science for themselves, I just smile. There is no such thing as the science. There are sciences, and we should never close our doors to research and to new questions. Skeptical people are away from the idea of science, and they need to educate in integrative medicine. That is fundamental. What can we do when they ignore these aspects? And unfortunately, this has invaded several instances. We have to continue exercising, educating, researching, publishing, disseminating, and exercising our clinical practice. This is why the MTCI Association in Spain has developed a university master's degree, a very complete one. In Spain, this education was not regulated, and university education in the United States, there are many universities that educate practitioners on integrative medicine. The University of Arizona is the best known, but we have Harvard University, Stanford University, Yale. Therefore, in Spain, we didn't have a regulated university study. Now we have even online masters, a very complete one. If we compare Arizona's programs with ours are much more extensive, and they include many new techniques of alternative medicine. And we have the best professors for each technique. We have disseminated, made publications, did a clinical trial together with IPROMO, the Association of Professional TCIM practitioners. And we did so in several hospitals, and it is published, and you can find it in the WHO library. It is a well-known study, and you can see our results on alternative medicine. It's not only a solution for chronic diseases and for improving the quality of life. And I think this pandemic has helped us to understand that the population needs to take care of their own health. We have also published an integrative oncology book, and we have done so working on the education of practitioners at the same time. We have founded FISMEDI together with other associations on integrative medicine. It is the Spanish Federation of Integrative Medicine and its practitioners. And thanks to SESMI, Spain became in 2019 for the first time in the host of the European Congress for TCIM. We're not the only association in Spain. There are others, IEMI, ASEMI, etc. It's important to point out that. And there are homeopathy, natural medicine, and acupuncture courses in several medical colleges. There are more acupuncturists in the University of Barcelona now. Unfortunately, it has been suspended homeopathy is one of the most interesting complementary medicines in Spain, but its teaching was suspended in some universities. There are projects on integrative medicine in hospitals with the pediatric oncology unit in the San Juan de Dios hospital, together with CESMI. In Granada, we have Dr. Nicolás Olea, who works on pharmaceutical products and their impact on human health. We also have an integrative health school and a portal that is free access, OSMI, which is the Observatory on Health and Integrative Medicine. We can find many scientific articles on all the matters related to integrative medicine. And there are many other things to mention, so excuse me if I have not mentioned all of the professionals in Spain, because there are many of them who publish a lot. We have a long road ahead, so that philosophy and integrative medicine is very related to the institutions. We have the commitment to continue working in this regard. We are the first generation of professionals on integrative medicine, and we have to continue working with scientific rigor, taking care of our education without forgetting our warmth, which is a very important factor in our professional practice. This is also part of medicine. So let us not forget this poetry. We're not only solving problems, but we need to be understanding, humane, and we need to listen. So thank you very much for your attention and for inviting us to this fundamental international Congress. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Alejandra Amenaza.
We have Dr. John Wardle, and he's the director of the
Ahora
National Center for Naturopathic Medicine at Southern Cross University, located in Australia. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you very much for having me and allowing me the opportunity to talk. I'm just going to share my screen very quickly, and hopefully I'm also going to make this actually work. So bear with me for one moment. Again, thank you for inviting me. I've been asked to speak about the state-of-the-art of TCIM education in the Western Pacific. One thing I just do want to highlight is that the Western Pacific region in WHO is quite big, and we've had some very, very wonderful talks from colleagues in that region already. So I'm going to focus on a smaller part of that Western Pacific, namely Australasia, or Australia and New Zealand. Just a very brief background. I don't want to go over stuff that has already been said, but like many countries, Australia has a very, very significant utilization of TCIM. In fact, one of the highest levels of utilization globally. If you look at the survey data, about 70% of the population have used a TCIM practitioner and a product. And as you can see, the practitioner distribution is actually quite large. So it's at least as present as medicine is in many aspects. This is the largest state, New South Wales, but it's only because that's where that level of detail comes from in terms of that information, but it is a thing that we see across Australia. The way that we explain it when I teach medical students is that their patients will more likely than not be using a complementary medicine product, more likely than not be seeing a TCIM practitioner like a naturopath or a chiropractor or an osteopath, and unfortunately more likely than not to refuse to disclose this use with their conventional provider, and vice versa with their complementary medicine provider, it should be said. So looking at education, it has been around for quite some time. This is actually a naturopathic college from the 1930s in Brisbane. But to give you a bit of an overview, there are 16 TCIM degrees in Australia. 12 of those are at a public university, 2 in a private university and 2 in a private college. 7 TCIM degrees in New Zealand. 2 of those in what are called polytechnics, so technical colleges, 5 are in private colleges. For some comparison, 21 conventional medical schools exist in Australia and 2 medical schools in New Zealand. And one thing that is actually increasingly an issue is there are actually no formal qualifications in integrative medicine. So a medical practitioner claiming specialist knowledge in integrative medicine has no formal mechanism to actually say that. And actually there was very recently a Medical Board of Australia investigation into integrative medicine, complementary medicine. It looked to be quite restrictive, but one of the things they did actually highlight is the need for more formal qualifications in there. And the other thing that is missing from this aspect is there are actually no Indigenous traditional medicine qualifications in either Australia or New Zealand, despite having very rich Indigenous traditions in those countries. So this may not actually be completely appropriate in some circumstances. And Ngari, traditional Indigenous healers from South Australia, for example, do have their own Indigenous forms of regulation and training that don't translate, I guess, to contemporary policy, and probably putting a formal piece of policy over that would not be appropriate or actually indeed that helpful. But there are some other issues that is creating. So Ronga Maori, for example, the traditional Maori medical system, legislation which has actually helped other TCIM practitioners, for example, chiropractic and manipulation legislation, which restricts manipulation to chiropractors, osteopaths, and medical practitioners, or allows chiropractors and osteopaths to do what medical practitioners can also do, actually restricts traditional physical medicine practices in Ronga Maori. So, you know, there are some other issues that do need to be considered in that aspect. To give you an overview of the accreditation for education in Australia and New Zealand, Australia and New Zealand are very, very close. It's almost like a mini EU, a Trans-Tasman agreement. Basically, for anything AQF or NZQA level 7 or higher, that basically means degree level to most normal people. This is accredited in a 2-phase system. So accreditation by the National Government Accreditation Agency, which focuses on the education standards. So you're looking at things like governance or access to libraries or student protections. And then additional to that is the actual professional accreditation. This can create some issues actually when the accreditations for delivering a degree is actually met, but the profession actually thinks the degree should be higher. And we're certainly seeing this in New Zealand at the moment, where the naturopathic profession believes a 4-year degree is required for that profession, whereas NZQA is currently quite happy with the 3-year degree. To give you an idea of what those steps look like, AQF 7 is the bachelor degree. Anything below is probably the wrong word, but anything from 1 to 6 in the AQF framework or the NZQA framework is a diploma, certificate, basically a vocational education. It's the difference between higher education and vocational education. So massage, yoga, Ayurveda, many other professions that probably should be in that higher education space are currently taught in the vocational sector. And there has recently been a review of education actually highlighting
Seems like we're having connection problems.
Oh, I think I've just been lost.
Yes, you're back on. You can just start where you
Sorry, where did I lose you?
You were where the steps, the 1 through 7, right there.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, we're not that far behind then. So, so basically, what I was saying is that there is professional regulation and there's education system regulation. The professional accreditation is usually trans-Tasman. That means Australia and New Zealand, except for where there isn't regulation that goes across both countries. So this will be more important when I go into some of the other points. To give you an overview, this is where the locations of the actual colleges are. So as you can see, mostly in the capital cities. So Auckland, Sydney, Melbourne have the of courses, and even though homeopathy can technically be taught at a degree level, there are currently no homeopathy offerings. Same with other major systems like Ayurveda, which is an increasingly large, and I know there are a few universities currently sniffing around delivery of that program at the moment. And just to give you an idea, these are the public universities currently teaching programs. These are the private colleges teaching programs. There are actually some programs that are actually about to be reduced. So UTS is getting rid of its Chinese medicine program, for example, although I will just point out there that UTS is remaining very, very active in integrative medicine education. It actually runs a number of leadership programs for chiropractic, naturopathy, osteopathy, and a complementary medicine one, which is actually open to all professions. One of the other developments that is actually happening, and it is happening in a lot of countries, the move towards STEM graduates, or closer links with closer alignment with industry priorities. One of the really, I guess, positive things with TCIM in Australia and New Zealand is that complementary therapies, the courses that actually fit under that, actually do fit into that framework. So, the M in STEM actually includes medicine in those two countries, and that actually includes TCIM as well. So universities are actually encouraged to grow the graduates in this area. One of the reasons that I actually chose to single out public universities is because in those two countries, there are legislative roles for public universities that private colleges just don't have. This is, largely around scholarship and research. So actually, growing the profession that you teach in through scholarship and research. So what we see, this is our college's pedagogical framework, although every other college will have one that is involved. Every other, not college, our university will have one of these that's involved in teaching. One of the other, very important aspects of university education is it is interprofessional. So this is our naturopathic course, for example. And as you can see, there are a number of courses there that are actually in blue and green that are shared with allied health, medicine, pharmacy, and other health professions. So there is quite a lot of unique naturopathic knowledge, but it is quite a shared approach. And of course, that extends into clinical practice as well, including new initiatives that have been born out of COVID, like virtual clinics. And of course, one of the other benefits from that university sector is just the Australia is a little bit different to many countries. Universities don't have hospitals. What they do have is sort of ongoing agreements with basically that filter through to pretty much every healthcare provider in Australia at a level that private colleges or private universities just don't, by virtue of history and legislation. If you look at the education pathways for most TCIM courses, most of those primary care type courses are 4 or 5 year degrees. Most organizations will usually do that in a 3+2 model or something like that, and have various exit points from there. So the Diploma of Health Science, the Diploma exit point is a government requirement. After 1 year, it basically means that people that decide they are not right for that course actually get a qualification. The alternate pathway 2 is a bachelor degree. In our case, it actually includes certification as a massage and community health worker. But this actually, if you look at the type 1, type 2, and type 3 programs, this is sort of mapping to that level. And of course, there's graduate entry as well. So, you know, for nurses, physiotherapists, medical practitioners, pharmacists who want to do who want to actually do a course that can actually be done. In TCIM in Australia, the only ones that exist are our course in naturopathy, Central Queensland University's chiropractic course in Chinese medicine at RMIT. But there are multiple universities doing graduate entry, pharmacy, medicine, nursing. It is an increasing trend in Australasia. And I should say WinTech in New Zealand are just about to start an osteopathy graduate entry program. Again, you know, one of the reasons that university level education is more important than that outside, and I think Ursula talked about this before, is that sort of special legislative role of public universities in a country like Australia and New Zealand. You see that from data actually looking at the private colleges versus universities when it comes to research publications, but also professional publications. You see this in grants. One of the interesting things that's actually coming from this is those professions that have been in the university sector for a long time have not been as active in the research space, more recently entered the university sector. And I think that's because the research pressures or requirements, those legislative requirements of universities are relatively recent phenomena in Australia and New Zealand. Although it should be said that this has not always helped them. One of the things we see with naturopaths, for example, is often the herbal medicine or nutritional research they're doing does not get looked up as research for the naturopathic profession. You know, we see that, you know, in chiropractic for low back pain, for example, where, you know, it's seen that, you know, that thank you very much chiropractors for doing that research. Now we'll get the physiotherapists to actually conduct that. And you're seeing that increasingly, particularly in professions, TCIM professions with a broad therapeutic scope. What this means, you know, I'm probably painting a bit of a rosy picture in Australia. It's not actually all that rosy. Sometimes when the governments do their evidence reviews, they tend to overlook evidence that's actually being produced by the profession. And certainly in Australia, that has resulted in a few things such as, you know, for example, you know, myofascial release being promoted to physiotherapists as an effective tool, but rolfing actually prohibited from private health insurance. You know, herbalists and naturopaths are also prohibited from private health insurance, as is yoga, tai chi, and a number of other therapies, which have been viewed as being replaced by, better replaced by physical therapies or exercise more generally. One of the positive things that Australia has followed from WHO is a recognition of tradition. We're seeing this this is a view from Hansard, actually acknowledging that WHO position. This is a TGA, Therapeutic Goods Administration, so traditional claims can be made. Interestingly, there's been a number of cases against homeopathic vaccination. The thing I find super fascinating about this is that it's actually the evidence of homeopaths saying that it's actually not a homeopathic traditional therapy that's actually been used in those courts of law. The reason I bring this up in terms of education, you know, accreditation standards where tradition is important. So, you know, even though biomedical knowledge is actually a very important part of education accreditation, minimum standards of traditional knowledge and imparting traditional knowledge and legitimate traditional knowledge, so actually getting the profession to actually identify what traditional knowledge is important, is actually built into those accreditation standards for, you know, things like Chinese medicine or naturopathy, where that's particularly important. And I think in integrative medicine, that's, you know, even more important, because when you look at surveys of Australian GPs or medical practitioners, it tends to be those, you know, with traditional knowledge that seems to be less adopted or well known by the medical community. So, you know, if you look at the difference between net knowledge and net acceptance of acupuncture versus traditional Chinese medicine, you can see that very clearly. So just, you know, moving on to, you know, where this places, I guess, the TCIM community in public health, and because that was a question that came up recently. Look, there is a lot of opportunities for TCIM in public health, and education needs to be adequately tooled to develop this. Certainly, this is something that I've raised previously, and by developing a strong educational framework, there's a lot of ways to do this. One way that we have actually done this is by engaging with the public health communities to identify what they see as the priorities. But also, more importantly, there are a lot of aspects of practice that's been increasingly recognized as important and essential to universal healthcare and achieving the aims of Astana that have always been part of TCIM practice. And what we're seeing increasingly is that the TCIM practitioners are sort of, I guess, planting that flag again, actually reclaiming some of that ownership. So, some of the work that we've been involved with, for example, is the development of self-care guidelines for the Australian government, along with Victoria University, which also has a number of TCIM programs, and Bond University Medical School. Self-care obviously is an essential part of that, and a TCIM perspective is incredibly important. Developing sort of TCIM competencies and practice guidelines for emerging priorities such as aged care. So, and I think importantly, one of the projects we're working on very closely with UTS at the moment is actually developing, proper translational evidence implementation and course competencies for actually identifying, more effective ways to actually, build traditional knowledge into courses. And we're seeing that increasingly important obviously in Australia and things like traditional Chinese medicine and naturopathy, but also as we get to, making sure that, Indigenous practices are actually incorporated respectfully and appropriately into education where that might be appropriate. And of course, there are, some big brand name things that are actually, our naturopathic centre, for example, is actually offering Australia's first lifestyle medicine masters, actually accredited by the Lifestyle Movement. TCI have been the experts in lifestyle medicine for a long time, and so sort of actually actively engage in that process of actually identifying our strengths and translating that to areas that might actually be more appropriate. So certainly from our perspective, we've been looking at not just clinical training, but also where the knowledge gained from actually being a TCIM practitioner might actually be important and useful for other areas. And so this is some of the work that we've been doing, but obviously it's very, very different across other TCIM practices and communities and institutions. I will leave it there because I know we've got a Q&A and I know that we've got a very packed schedule. So if there are any questions, I think I'm right on time, I hope. But thank you for listening. And if you do have any questions, please do let me know.
Thank you, Dr. Wardle. I hope I am pronouncing that correctly as well. So we are final panelist seems to be not able to join us at the time. So we're going to go ahead and switch to questions. So please submit all your questions via the chat so we can share with our panelists. The first one, it's going to be for Dr. Wolf. And this one is, in terms of the postgraduate education in Switzerland, if it's open to medicine and pharmacy for all countries, and if so, if you can just touch base on the minimum requirements.
Thank you for the question. In principle, it is open, but let's say for the physicians, you need to have, I mean, you can do the training, but to really obtain then the federal diploma from Switzerland. So these are two different things. One is joining the training and one is obtaining the federal diploma from Switzerland. So joining the training is open to everyone. I mean, for the physician's training, you need to be a physician. For the pharmacist training, you need to be a pharmacist, but to obtaining the federal diploma, then you would have also the specialization and diploma from Switzerland.
Thank you. Let's see if there's any other questions at this time. Yes, I think this question is for both of you. It's a general question, so maybe we can take turns answering it. And that would be, how do you think we could include some basic information about TCIM in the regular medical education? Dr. Wolf, since you already were talking, if you can go ahead.
Yeah, as I tried to explain in my presentation, you know, usually it takes people to get something done, you know. So if you want to include it in regular medical education, you need people who really to advocate for that, and then you also should be able to show the benefit of that. But then, of course, it depends on the country you are in. But I would just encourage, if you want to include TCIM in the regular medical education, then just find them people and then go and talk to the regulatory bodies of your countries, talk to professors at universities, and just try. But it really takes sometimes a long breath, and it's really good if you have a strong group, you know, so you can also support each other. And then you can also take the examples from other countries which already have integrated this in the regular medical education. John, maybe you also want to say something, to add something.
Sorry, I had a slippery mute button. No, thank you. I actually helped develop the medical curriculum for the University of Queensland when I used to work there, and it's most medical boards or most medical accreditation agencies will require some form of complementary medicine education to occur during the course of the curriculum. Unfortunately, sometimes that's seen as more, well, you know, patients are using it, so you've got to know the risks. So sometimes the discussion isn't so much about integrating it, it's just sort of redirecting that to a broader discussion around both risks and benefits. So one thing I've found quite useful is actually not focusing so much on the formal curriculum, but what they call the hidden curriculum. And this is why I think interprofessional education is so important. You know, getting the medical students and the TCIM students actually together, or actually interacting, you know, while they are actually students, it is far more effective than actually delivering anything didactic or formal in that, you know, in that kind of framework. Because even when you do deliver a TCIM course in a medical curriculum one year, it's never the same the next year. They change every year so much. But one thing that can actually be a constant is that interprofessional contact. And that seems to be what drives, in my experience, collaboration, even in a relatively skeptical country like Australia.
Thank you. That certainly, I think, makes a big difference, right? When you're able to start that communication very early on in that medical time, school time. I think, so we have another question, and I think that kind of relates to it as well. And that is, how can we decrease the gap between TCIM and the biomedical medicine through education? So this is, if we can talk a little bit more on the research-based part. How can we reach that gap between TCIM and the biomedical world?
Well, I would suggest to first try to not perceive it as a really big gap. I mean, I know people talk about this, and also we kind of have to bridge a gap. But you know, it helped me a lot to think as medicine in general, you know. So there is one medicine, and everything that helps the patient or can be beneficial for the patient should be included. So, and of course there are several approaches, not necessarily different approaches, because also when we nowadays look in biomedical medicine, you know, they also see well that there may be a soul part or a psych part, or so they just probably have a different approach. So rather than talking about the gap, because if you always talk about a gap, you can also get feel tension in yourself, you know, and then it is harder to come into a dialogue. So I would try to really think as medicine in whole. But of course, when we, and also let's say in Switzerland, the physicians, they have both. They have the conventional medicine and they have the TCIM education. So when I talk to my peers, that is not that difficult. And also for nurses and for therapists, but just to try to see medicine as a whole, and also, you know, always appreciate what the other person is doing, and then trying to bring it from an only emotional level really to a level of facts, where, because you also mentioned science, you know, so that you can say, if someone says, you know, there is no research at all, then I sometimes ask the person, oh, what do you know about the research, you know, and so things like that.
I have a follow-up question to that before Dr. John speaks on that. In terms of research, you said that there's being done and that we should always ask. If you can kind of touch base on the research that's going on in Switzerland with the TCIM in education.
So I'm not so sure whether this is just the research in TCIM or the research on the TCIM education, because we have both. But what really also helps is the research in the TCIM. This is something we also have at the university, you know. So we of course we teach the courses, but we also we have students for their master thesis or their doctoral thesis, or also for PhD thesis. And this does many things. It first advances the knowledge in TCIM, but it also increases the credibility and the acceptance of TCIM, because then you have the results, or you can also tell the people at the university, see, we are having people for master theses, or we have students we have PhD students. So for sure, doing research in TCIM really also helps, also with the developing and implementing of TCIM education in the general programs.
Thank you.
I would echo Ursula's comments that, you know, they actually are, I'm sorry, Professor Wolf's comments that they're actually, the gap's not that big. I think it's a perceived gap, and it's sort of one that we sort of artificially construct more than anything. And you know, certainly here at my university, the rest of the faculty health actually come to us as the expert research experts rather than the other way around. And I certainly know my colleagues at Western Sydney University, they go to the National Institute of Complementary Medicine because they're the health expert research, even though they have a medical school. So you know, I think it's, you know, it's really important to build capacity. I don't think there are enough TCIM practitioners actually taking that step, and we also have doctoral programs where we're trying to build that capacity. But it's a you know, it's an important step to remember that we're actually not that different. And one of the things I actually worry about more than that gap is, if the gap is widening, sometimes I think it's more because we're, as TCIM practitioners, are so focused on becoming more biomedical, we lose what actually makes us special. And I can tell you, as someone who teaches into medical schools as well as TCIM schools, that medical practitioners are getting far more holistic. The biopsychosocial model is becoming far more important, you know, to their practice. When you look at medicine, they're, you know, embracing concepts like microbiome. And I remember when I was a naturopathic student talking about microbiome, and people looked at me like I was, you know, crazy. Or, you know, if you look at, you know, there's functional diagnoses that medicine is using now, because it realizes that you can't focus just on physiology. And functional diagnosis is essentially what traditional Chinese medicine has used since its very inception. So I think, you know, we're actually merging to a sort of consensus rather than actually, you know, diverting far away. And I think it's about finding where that commonality is, and actually realizing we actually don't, you know, trying not to create artificial barriers, but actually working out where we can work together. And I think, you know, the key thing is to remember that we can do some things better in TCIM than conventional medicine can do, and conventional medicine can do some things better than TCIM, and working out what they might be and actually how to collaborate.
And that is also why it is called integrative medicine. We really
Por
synergistically
eso
use
también se le
both.
llama medicina integrativa. Realmente hacemos sinergias y estamos muy expuestos.
That is very true. That's very key point, right? It's being able to have the individualized medicine and combining both worlds. Yeah, so I think that brings us to the next question, kind of, bridging the gap, which is how do we make TCIM education and bring it to the world, even when we have different academic programs, right, in different countries? How can we improve overall the education in TCIM?
So the first thing is that we can really learn from each other. The country which already have some programs for education, and then I think the starting point for that has to come from within a country. Because I think we cannot bring a program to another country. I mean, we can bring a program, but so that it is really accepted and then implemented in the general medical curricula, be it for nurses or therapists or physicians. The starting point for this, I think, really has to come from within the country. But let's say when we started in Switzerland, there was nothing. There was nothing. I mean, we had trainings, but it was not. We didn't have the federal diploma, because I mean, we also have a long tradition of complementary medicine, and we have a very long tradition of that. But then times changed, and there were more regulations. And people united, from the several disciplines, they united and they formed something which is called the Union, of Physicians, for example, for at that time complementary medicine, and then they sat together and said, okay, we have to do something because regulations are becoming more strict, or also we need to increase the quality. I mean, quality is also very important, and this is something we also have to acknowledge. So they sat together, and then they really teamed up, and they built a strategy, how to proceed. And of course, in Switzerland, it may be a bit easier because, as I said, we have the opportunity of the public vote, but it also works in other countries. But I think it just needs the people who really tries to develop and then also to bring it to the regulatory bodies. And of course, I mean, I'm pretty sure for this is for John as well as me. So I mean, we could also be approached, for counsel or for something. So yeah.
I think that's a very key point what you've said, that the unification, the uniting of all of the professions.
I think this is also a very important thing, because sometimes, the different disciplines, they stay more for themselves, and they say, oh, we are this, we are not that, but also we also have, because John was talking about barriers between conventional and TCIM, but also, at least in Switzerland, I observed that there were also barriers within complementary and integrative medicine, so we also have really to come together also within the TCIM community, and really appreciate every other discipline, not only our own. This will also help.
Yeah, and one thing I think that TCIM practitioners or the community is probably a little bit more scared of than it should be is regulation of education, and certainly what we've seen in Australia, for example, with naturopathy is they've basically taken out the naturopathic philosophy in some courses because of the lack of regulation, and it's just basically a natural medicine course, or you had Chinese medicine courses teaching absolutely no biomedical science or something like that. So, these things are actually these things are public focused and about improving quality and standards in the profession. And usually the professions themselves actually have a very strong say in dictating that. But we often talk about big pharma and all the vested interests that can sort of, come into this place. And one of the things I have seen in the TCIM profession is within the TCIM professions themselves, there's sometimes competing interests, whether it's college owners not wanting to actually level up, whether it's, two people that have different methods of treatment that they've trademarked and don't want, the other one to sort of dominate. So I think, there is a lot of getting together of the TCIM community to actually discuss these issues and not to view, I think, regulation and accreditation as a tool for TCIM professional advancement rather than as a being perceived as a tool of control to actually limit their activities. It's actually a very useful tool to expand them.
Thank you for that. And I have been announced that there is a panelist, Peter James, that can maybe touch base on the education in Africa. If so, go ahead and unmute yourself and maybe not, which is okay. Well, I just want to say thank you so much with Dr. Wolf and Dr. Wardle, as well as Dr. Alejandra Manassa, for joining us today, speaking on education around the world, Switzerland and Australia, as well as Spain. If there's any other questions, your information was that we have your information, so we can certainly contact you via email. We'll be with you shortly. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a todos. Gracias.
Thank you very much to you all. Thank you to our speakers, our lecturers. Thank you to our moderators. Thank you to all the technical team, the translator team who are supporting all along these days during the summit. We're going to have a 1-hour break and we'll continue with panels 3, 4, and 5. There we will see the education experiences on traditional, complementary, and integrative medicines in North America, South America, and Central America. And we will finish the day with a panel on education on medical systems and therapies from the point of view of international associations. Thank you all for your patience with our technical problems, and see you. Please confirm this time through the chat to be very sure about the time, because I think it's 1:10 or 1:20. Remember, there's a different link for this afternoon's session. It's in the YouTube chat right now. We will leave the links for the Spanish and English transmissions. So if you wish, you can click on those in about half an hour, and you'll be in the waiting room for when we start our live session for this afternoon. Thank you very much to you all.